Ah, the power of modern technology.
And
So,
also staying up till God knows when in the morning because we just saw the best pay-per-view of the year.
yes, without question. Um, let's get all the pleasantries out of the way. Welcome to 2017 here on the Podcast Network. We did our Raw Popcast the other day. Whatevs. Now we get to talk about everything in the world of professional wrestling at large. And that is what we call here the Wednesday Wrestling Popcast. And if you notice by the title of the Wednesday Wrestling Podcast, it's not just the Wednesday Wrestling Podcast today. Oh no, like Ashley had alluded to minutes ago, both of us got to watch Wrestle Kingdom last night or this morning, depending on how you're looking at it. I don't know when you went to bed, but I can honestly say that I didn't go to bed till 8 a.m. this morning.
Somewhere around then, equivalent your time over here, yeah.
Right. So let's get to everything since we're about 20 minutes late due to wonderful technology issues and also sleep patterns. We'll get to that later on tonight. Welcome to another edition of the Wednesday Wrestling Podcast. My name is Suro, and joining me, as always, is Ashley.
Mm-hmm.
And we're here to talk about everything about the world of professional wrestling. Now, a lot of shows focus on one company. We are here tonight to focus on many companies, a lot of companies that are in need of being talked about. In some ways, in some companies, a lot more than they are normally, as in the case with What Culture Pro Wrestling. So we're going to kick off the show.
Well, I'd say more like the shows that provided all the talent to What Culture that have got poached by WWE next week.
Yeah, we'll get to that as we get to our final segment of the night. So first off, we're going to start with Wrestle Kingdom 11. We're going to talk about the show. We're going to talk about what happened with the Fan Access Festival that ran the night before. And we're going to be talking about the card and the fact that Okada and Omega is probably one of the greatest wrestling matches I've ever seen in my life. And that's been on this earth for 35 years, so that says something.
The great thing is, all I have to say is 5 words. No pressure, Cena and AJ.
No lie. You're going to see John Cena deliver like never before in San Antonio. Yes. Mark my words.
That's the thing. What we got last night, this morning, whatever you want to call it, is the knee-jerk reaction from WWE. Because the Cena AJ thing is going to be incredible and probably make every WrestleMania match look shit. Which is beautiful.
Well, because AJ is going to be working like he's in the dome, and Cena's going to be working like he's never worked before.
Aren't they? Well, they are in a dome that holds 60,000 people, just like Tokyo, except it's somehow been, in the next couple of weeks, it's going to be taken down, moved to San Antonio.
Nice. We're here from the San Antonio, Texas dome. Yeah.
I think they're going to have a Tron that bloody big.
Oh,
that dome, yet alone the Superdome or the Silver Dome.
I knew that was coming.
Or the Millennium Dome.
So we're going to be talking Wrestle Kingdom, and after we're done with Wrestle Kingdom, we're going to get into the normal show we do here every Wednesday night, talking about Smackdown Live, 205 Live, UFC, and what happened with Ronda. We're going to get to that. That's going to be discussed later. Lucha Underground is finishing up for a while, then we're going to have that show covered tonight. NXT went to Melbourne, Australia, and we saw highlights of that. It's actually going on right as we speak, so we're going to be finishing it up later tonight. A little bit happened in Ring of Honor and a lot of things from the world of professional wrestling, news, rumors. We're going to talk about World of Sport. We're going to talk about MCW. There's going to be a lot of things. Kirby Mania is coming up for What Culture Pro Wrestling and the TNA Impact tapings, which start tomorrow. So all this and more tonight on the Wednesday Wrestling Popcast.
Shall we stress something to begin with?
Go right ahead.
If you don't want to get New Japan World, which I think is a bit stupid because it's actually 999 yen, which I think is roughly about $6.
Yeah, it's uber cheap.
Give or take. Please tune into Access from next Friday. Because every single match, I don't know whether that includes the Rumble, is going to be on Access TV for the next 4 weeks.
Oh, that's right. That's what they've been doing. They actually said they're going to air, what, like 2 matches per week, 3 matches per week in their hours time slot?
Well, yeah, they said 2. Spoilers, the main event goes 46 minutes.
Yeah, it does.
So I think that might just be one show. They're going to do a Lucha Underground. That fucking petrified me because I'll get to that.
Well, real quick, Ashley, to make that announcement about the 999 yen, it's $8.40.
Thank you, currencyconverter.exe, whatever the hell it's called.
I just Googled it. I didn't use any currency converter.
Same thing.
Close enough.
So the opened with the fan fest thing, which they always do.
Right.
Unsurprisingly, the biggest lines were for Cena and Orton, or the New Japan equivalent, which is of course Okada and Tanahashi. Arguably the other way around.
Yeah.
Tanahashi, because he's been there for longer. Because Okada was Kato, remember?
Right.
How are you liking that, Dixie? Oh, wait, you're not in a fucking job. We'll get to that.
Well, actually, we'll get to that because we have news that just broke a few minutes ago.
I know, that's why I mentioned it. So I was so fucking excited. That's the best news of the night. Screw all the Wrestle Kingdom stuff.
You bite your tongue, sir.
So we had the opening ceremony thing. I can't remember whether that was Tanahashi or whatever. Then we had the Tekken 7 showcase. So weirdly, this is video game related, so I'm doubly covered to do this shit.
Yes, you are.
Basically, a few of the Tekken characters are going to be getting New Japan themed attire. This must be the case because they actually had a fight in which Okada played King, you know, the guy with the leopard head or whatever it is, with the Rainmaker attire dress, you know, jacket on, taking on Gedo, who was playing as Gedo.
Like you do.
So, I don't know whether that's an alternative character or something. Or I think the technical term is weird fucking shit.
I hate to say it, but the thing that comes to mind when I see Gedo, he looks like Chavo.
To some extent, I see your point, but I don't think Chavo is that intelligent. I mean, why else would he agree to go to Lucha Underground and tarnish the Guerrero name?
We'll talk about that in a bit. Don't worry.
Well, no, because Chavo's gone.
Yeah, we'll talk about Lucha Underground in a minute. Is what I meant to say.
Yeah. Yes, and the great thing is, of course, and I did mention this during the Raw podcast, Gedo actually beat him.
Yeah.
And some of the fans, because they're smarks, booed Okada for losing. Boo!
Oh, yeah.
Then afterwards, we had some Japanese rap artist doing songs as well as the Wrestle Kingdom theme and having Togi Makabe. No. Was it Makabe or Honma? I think it was Makabe. Problem with Makabe is he's lost his voice.
Oh, no.
So basically, the rapper's going, man, you excited for this weekend? Maccabee gets the mic because they basically give him a second one, and he's like, "Yes, I'm very good."
That's great.
Well, this is brilliant. So then he just gets him to like puts his hand in the air like the signal, like when he wants the crowd to react or whatever. And Maccabee, because he doesn't have rhythm, has no clue what the shit to do.
Sounds fun.
Yeah, it was a bit of a. Also, I love the fact that the guy's jacket, this rapper, said New York on the back and then Lafayette on the front. Apparently, he got word about the WrestleMania 34 news and wanted to break it early to Japan.
That's great.
Probably. Then, I guess they had a break. I guess to let the fans flee, or finish off their stuff. They ran, motherfuckers, run. The matches itself, if I can actually find the notes. I didn't make any notes because it was Young Boys, so I knew who was winning.
I got a little bit on that.
So we started off with Tomoyuki Onma's debut, taking on Yuji Nagata. The thing that is worth saying that's impressive is the match did go 9 minutes. And they actually did it very well in all three of these matches, that they made it look as if, oh my fucking god, the Young Boy is going to get the upset. That's real quick. Whereas some guys, not fucking happen. That will never happen. It won't ever happen, but whatever. Afterwards, Nagata gave him a lot of credit, as size and strength is will get him far if he can harness it in the pro wrestling ring. This far, he wants to capture belts just like he captured belts and titles in amateur wrestling. Da-da-da-da. So then we had Hanare versus Minobu Nakanishi. Nakanishi won that in about 6 minutes. Yeah, another young boy gets murdered. And then the tag match with Laika and Tiger Mask beating Hirai Kawato. It was a very nice false finish with Kawato. It looked like he was going to get the win on Tiger Mask, but Tiger Suplex pinned Kawato for the victory.
Real quick.
Time I say pre-show, the pre-show show, if that's a thing.
Right.
So overall, it did what it had to do. The fans were going crazy, and as I also mentioned on the Raw thing, the fucking woman on this thing, even though I didn't know what the hell she was fucking saying, was better than Dasha or Charlie Caruso. By the way, what happened to Charlie Caruso this week? Is she dead? If so, good riddance. Bring back Kathy Kelly, please.
Yeah, still have no idea where Kathy Kelly is. Because it's me, Ashley, I have to, due to reading some notes about the show, I do want to mention that Nagata got the win with a Nagata Lock 2, and Nakanishi won with Hercules Cutter.
Mm-hmm.
So, it's me. I can't not mention the finishes.
Yeah. So then we come to Tokyo Dome. And this set makes WrestleMania for the last few years look pretty shit.
Well, I think this year will be fine.
The other thing that's worth noting that we had throughout this show, I mean, bar this intro bit, because the Rumble was basically just pre-show.
Mm-hmm.
The entrances were a lot less grand than they have been in previous years. Probably because they've only got so much time to do the show.
Right.
Now, I think. Added on to the fact of there is no break in the show this time. I think there was like 2 years ago, and in shows ever previous, as there is with most New Japan shows, there's always like an interval in the middle, just so everybody can have a piss. Isn't that right, Steve?
Oh, that was funny.
Oh, you watched it with the American commentary as well.
Of course I did.
Then again, we would have missed some awesome bloody moments that happened. So the Rumble. We started off with the Rumble. Not everybody came in like, I don't know, 60-second intervals or whatever.
90.
It was a 90, right?
Yep.
The only thing I remember is from the early stuff, like, because I don't remember the order. All I remember is the first elimination was Bone Soldier, who got eliminated by fucking Cheeseburger. That tells you how fucking non-epic Bone Soldier is. Holy shit.
A lot of interesting names in this Rumble, too, Ashley.
Yeah. Bloody Yoshitatsu. Everybody on social media was, please do not let him hear a microphone. Please. After last year and all the other times, no. The couple of old timers that were in there, or people that you wouldn't normally see. Kuniaki Kobayashi did pretty well, even though he was 5th eliminated. And Hiro Saito. What is he? I'm guessing he's from the family that created the Saito suplex.
Probably. He basically popularized the senton.
Yeah. So he had a good spot. The other good spot was Scott Norton not giving a shit.
Yeah, I saw some of this stuff actually.
Norton came in like as the number, what would it be, 15? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14. They just did random numbers. Yeah. Norton came in, basically murdered Taguchi. He put his hand on him, then didn't, just rolled up his legs without even putting a finger on him. And apparently that was enough to count 4. I guess we had to rely on the fact that Taguchi's shoulders are on the mat.
I don't think it mattered. I just don't think it mattered.
Yeah, to some extent. So Norton got taken out, and then Tenzan, and leaving the last 2 being Cheeseburger and the returning Michael Elgin. Because apparently he's back from injury. Well, I should know that. He was on AAW this past weekend. Apparently Elgin entered number 1. And he actually won, so he went all 25 minutes. That's certainly the big thing that they made out on commentary. I don't know whether anybody cared about it. But didn't seem too bad. Most important thing is, though, if people didn't know, Emerson, Lake and Palmer is the official theme of New Japan Pro Wrestling. And it has been for like the last 30 years.
Right.
That's why when, was it Lake that passed away?
Recently, yeah.
Yeah. Everybody.
Robert Palmer's the only one that's not alive. That's still alive.
Mm. But yeah, he's the the one that's when that happened, everybody just put up the New Japan stuff. You know, the one of the tracks that's used for the theme. I can't remember what it is off the top of my head. And then we had the grand intro and entrance, which wasn't really that grand. There'll be a shit ton more pyro, I will say, when WWE does it.
Yes.
That's because they'll be outside.
Yeah.
And they don't want to deafen little kids. That was one of the scary things at the end. It's like they're at the commentary desk, and there's like 4-year-old kids who don't even know how to walk that are watching this stuff. And don't even do that in the E. Fuck.
I do. Before you move on, I do want to mention a couple of things that I'm reading. The Rumble is the only thing I wasn't able to actually check out because I kind of had to set the alarm exactly for the time, or I wasn't going to get up. I noticed that there was an NWO Japan reunion for a minute.
Oh God, was there?
Yeah, Norton, Tenzan, and Saito.
Oh, that was that bit. I
Yep.
didn't get that bit because that was when I think of NWO, I think of NWO, not the actual NWO, not the fake one that WCW did and took over the NWO moniker.
And of course, to add to that, later on in the night, Masahiro Chono is at ringside doing commentary. So a lot of NWO Japan was around this show.
It was bloody great, that bit though. As soon as he was shown like on the big screen when he was commentating, the crowd were like, "Oh!" Like, I'm just going.
Chono is the
He's
reason we
here
call it
every
a
fucking
Yakuza
bit.
kick.
Why is he acting like that? You know he's gonna show up.
Yeah.
Bloody hell. So we open with the most awkward, brilliant match ever.
Yeah.
Tiger Mask W, who may or may not be Kota Ibushi, versus Tiger the Dark, who may or may not be ACH. Hashtag New Japan's being racist. I love the fact they tried to cover it up by basically giving him an all-body sort of singlet.
Right.
To make him look like he was Tiger the Dark, even though you could see, oh, he's actually got black skin. Because I think it was just like it was a sleeveless top, and I think that like the tights went down to his knees or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, if this match would have been without the gimmicks and without the masks, it would have been even better. But obviously, this was to promote the anime.
The masks fucking hampered it badly.
Yeah, but to their credit, they did decently with what they had. They just didn't have much time to do much with it.
That's why I say pretty impressive for the crap masks that were on both guys. For what they were given, they put on quite a bit of a show. The great thing is afterwards, after Tiger Mask wins with the Tiger Bomb, when he goes through the crowd, you know, giving props to the fans and everything, everyone shouting for the Kata! Kata! It's like, well, Kayfabe's dead. Kayfabe is fucking dead.
This is legit the first match I have seen in New Japan outside of the 90s. Yeah, I used to watch New Japan back in the day, but I used to watch Japanese wrestling back in the day, but it was just like clips here and there. First full show I've ever watched, I can officially say that. So this was my introduction to Wrestle Kingdom and the aura around Wrestle Kingdom. You could tell who was who in this match, obviously. The Golden Triangle being broken out at one point made no suggestion that Tiger Mask W wasn't anybody but Kota Ibushi. Tiger the Dark broke out the Space Flying Tiger drop, which works really well considering the fact. They got to the finish, which basically was fighting for a tombstone. And then Tiger Mask W finishes him with the German the Tiger, and then the Golden Star Bomb, which is basically the Niagara Driver. The Avalanche Crucifix sit-out powerbomb, and gets the win. Like you said, the mask kind of hindered it a bit, but for what it was a solid opener. But I will tell you right now, I would not be surprised if come Wrestle Kingdom 12, we don't see Kota Ibushi without the mask.
I think it'll be before Wrestle Kingdom 12.
Well, I guarantee it will, but I think by 12 for sure, at the latest, he'll be without the mask.
No, he'll wrestle twice on the show.
That could work.
That's what will happen. He'll wrestle in the opening match and then wrestle in the main event.
Ibushi and Omega, IWGP Championship, Wrestle Kingdom 12. Book it.
I wouldn't go that far. I could certainly see them in the final of the G1 in August.
I think that's a really good possibility.
Because I think they'll have that as the final to try and stick the middle finger up to WWE. Considering how WWE wanted them so badly.
Right.
But anyway, so first up, in the 8 title matches.
Dear God. It's like an E-Fed. It really is. There's like 35 title matches.
That highlights the issue that New Japan has. They have too many fucking titles.
Right. It's like it's WrestleMania. It really is.
Especially when you include the one that was done for NXT's purpose. But we'll get to that.
Oh, yes, indeed.
First up, the IWGP Junior Tag Match between Roppongi Vice of Beretta / Trent / whatever he's being called, and Rocky Romero, taking on the Young Bucks, who decided to come out top to toe in gold, quite literally, because they had the New Japan belt, the Junior Tag belts. They also had the PWG belts. They also had the Ring of Honor belts, and their self-proclaimed Super Kick World Champions belts.
Yeah, they had all of the gold. It kind of reminiscent of what Too Cold Scorpio did when he was TV champ and tag champ in ECW. They wanted him to be referred to as Too Gold Scorpio. So I got vibes of that when I saw Matt and Nick come out.
I think they just did it to prove a point.
Probably.
Most of the entrances, they were saying, Hardys, claim you're the best tag team in the world. We got 4 belts. Fuck you.
Which, to give him credit, Matt Hardy already took to Twitter and basically responded to him. So it makes sense that they're going to do that.
Yeah.
Because it's coming. I wish I could be there for it, but it's coming.
So the tag match itself was pretty solid.
I liked it.
Yeah. Probably couldn't be as good as it could have been, considering the precedent of, the 4 guys and everything.
Right.
But I do like the novel bit of the spot, which we had pretty early on, when the Bucks went, screw this, we're leaving. And they go up the ramp, which, because we're at the Tokyo Dome, is about, 300 meters long or whatever.
Yeah, it turned into a Smackdown video game basically for a minute. Because Trent Beretta and Rocky Romero can run up that ramp. That was definitely shown to me.
Yeah, they fled after him. Or they fled after them, Romero and Beretta. And then, of course, the Bucks do what they do best. And Carino, because he realized he had to talk for 5 hours, did the best version of the spot call I've ever heard. Perhaps Excalibur doesn't need to shout it anymore. All he needs to do is say, super kick.
Yeah, he just has to put different emphasis on the word.
Super kick.
Oh, God, I want a Ring of Honor video game with a super kick counter.
And then, of course, as soon as they super kicked them, the Bucks run right to the fucking ring because it's like, let's abuse the bloody 20 count.
Oh, of course.
And
don't forget about super kicking one of the young boys at ringside.
Yeah. Yeah, but that was worthy.
Well, yeah.
That was worthy. The Young Bucks took out a young boy. What? No, but of course the fact that Romero and Beta ran in at 20.5, but the referee went 19.9999999. It's like, yeah, I'm pretty sure they didn't make it in for the 20 count. But that would have been shit wrestling. There also was one nice bit where they were clearly trying to do a Ring of Honor Osprey and Skull moment. Because although it wasn't a Meltzer driver, it was supposed to be some sort of move. But all 4 men were involved. I think it was Trent that was trying to make the save. So Nick was blocking him off, but managed to drop kick, I think, Rocky hard enough. So that basically you had some sort of double team, quadruple team drop kick Canadian destroyer.
It was actually a code red. Because
code red?
Yeah, they had Matt set up for strong zero, and they were getting ready to finish him off. And the next thing you know, Nick came off the top and he nailed the drop kick, and Matt hit a code red.
Mm-hmm.
Some wicked spots in this match. Trent missed a tope con hilo and hit the very bottom of the ramp. Just nasty.
Yeah, it was. I was thankful that nothing actually happened out of that, because I was like, ugh!
Yeah, they hit this, and there's a couple spots later on in the show that that could have happened too. We'll get to that. The Bucks hit the 450 with the Sabu hold rope assist, near fall, numerous super kicks. Rocky fires up. He runs into the super kicks. He still gets a kick out. They go for more bang for your buck. Beretta blocks it, and Rocky rolls up with a crucifix pin, and Roppongi Vice are the new IWGP Junior Tag Team Champions.
Rocky Romero becomes a 7-time tag champ.
That's crazy.
That shows you how many times that belt fucking switches hands. Jesus.
Belt switches so many times, you might as well have it in DDT.
No. The Hardcore 24/7 title. That'll be one most people remember. Probably.
I'm trying to fit the theme of the show tonight.
Jake the Snake's got nothing to do with it.
And Roppongi Vice have one of the most addictive theme songs that got stuck in my head immediately.
Really?
Yes.
Including what we had later on?
Oh no, I heard my song later on and it totally replaced it. But still, 5 o'clock in the morning and I'm jamming along to Kyle O'Reilly's theme song like always. I mean, it was a little shorter than I thought it was going to be. I thought it would go a lot longer. I was not thinking it would go so early in the show, to be honest. The placement on the card was really odd, to be totally honest.
When they do the card, that's what it is. It's never sort of a case of WWE where it's like, something which should be on first is going to be semi-main just to act as like buffer.
Yeah, they don't need to do that in Japan.
Japan, it's like that's the order. So speaking of Title 2, the never open weight 6-man gauntlet match
Of doom.
Yeah, somewhat. So we started off coming out with the Bullet Club of Hangman Page, Bad Luck Fale, and the Godfather.
Quite literally, the Godfather.
Yeah. Yujiro managed to get the finest of hoes, so much so he managed to steal Ariana Grande's bloody outfit.
Dangerous Woman, yes. I made that note too.
On a Japanese hoe.
I made that note too, that she had the Ariana Grande Dangerous Woman like bunny mask.
Fucking Ariana Grande is going to be in a Final Fantasy game next week.
I saw that actually. I don't know how I came across it, but I did see that.
What is this world fucking coming to?
I'll give it to the Japanese cameramen for making sure that the women were prominently displayed, though.
Yeah, they always do.
Well, of course, like Maria back in the day.
His ass. The best bit as well, though, was Carino was always considerate about them. Like,
yes,
don't worry, I'll take care of you girls. You'll be all right. And then, of course, the best bit is like, here's the sexy bitches, and then they cut to a camera shot because obviously it's the Japanese camera feed, whatever.
Right.
Of Jushin Thunder Liger. And Carino's just like, oh, that dirty bastard and be here.
It's great.
Oh, I love it. I think I love it.
This was also the first time. This was also another time that we had stable warfare.
Oh, we had plenty of it.
All night long.
Yeah, everything. Well, keep in mind, there's basically 3 stables.
Right.
Company. You've got Chaos, you've got LIJ, and you've got Bullet Club.
Right.
And you've got every fucker else in an unofficial 4 stable.
It's literally like the WCW Thunder game for PlayStation.
Yeah.
Everybody is in a faction one way or another.
So Chaos this week was, or this week for this time was Yado, Yoshihashi, and Ospreay. Didn't do too bad.
No.
If anything, this could have. If you take out the anime publicity thing, this probably was the worst match of the night.
Mm-hmm.
Still pretty solid, but that's because of the whole. They wanted to get as many people on the card, and I guess make the Rumble shorter or something. Even though it went about 25 minutes anyway, so didn't really go shorter. Chaos were the first to be eliminated after, I think it was the Pimp Juice DDT on Yado.
Yes.
So fucking Yujiro actually got a finish to a match. And I'm like, that never fucking happens. What is happening?
It's Wrestle Kingdom, Ashley.
Yeah, but Wrestle Kingdom's supposed to make sense. We're not supposed to be doing Vince McMahon booking.
Well, I mean, they also eliminated the chance to have Ospreay and Ricochet go at it by having them get eliminated first.
Don't worry. They're saving them for Best of the Super Juniors again.
I'm sure they are.
That's, of course, if Puma doesn't die. We'll get to that. So next out was the LIJ of Bushi, Sanada, and Evil. Because apparently LIJ's names have to be in capitals unless they're Naito. And LIJ Progress, basically, they managed to take out Fale and
They bumped the ref.
And then behind the referee's back, there was a chair shot to Yujiro. Couple, I think. And then Sonata just locked in his submission. Can't remember what it is.
It was a Dragon Sleeper.
Yeah. I don't know whether he tapped or whether it was just like the ref called it off, because it's like, yeah, he's dead.
Well, yeah, that is true. But the thing is, I mean, it seemed really lackluster too, because when the referee got bumped, because they manhandled the referee hardcore during the whole show. But when the referee got bumped and they introduced the chair, and that was the elimination of Yujiro, I didn't understand exactly why it went so quickly. I think they just wanted to get to the champion so they can make the match go longer.
Probably. Then finally, the champs. So they had it pretty easy.
Yeah.
David Finlay, Ricochet, and Satoshi Kojima. And it's going to sound like a stuck record. New champs. Because thanks to some more referee distractions, Bushi managed to spray the green mist in Kojima's face. And then I think there was a power bomb which Kojima managed to kick out of, but they gave him a second one, and that was enough to get the win.
Evil won with the STO.
That seems to be the trend with those power bombs, though. He does them, nothing happens, so he either has to do the move again or do an STO.
Yeah, so he won with the STO.
But yeah, new champs for a belt which is looking more and more like it's just filler.
Can you tell me a little bit about what this never open weight division is? Because it seems like it's like a secondary division apart from obviously IWGP and.
Well, it started off. It was supposed to be sort of like some sort of secondary title.
Right.
You know, sort of like the IC title, but not on the level of the juniors. It was supposed to be like an introductory title.
Oh, okay.
As you saw from what we'll get to later with Shibata and Goto,
Yes.
it's now come to represent these fucks beat the shit out of each other.
It is the strong style title.
The whole idea is this is X Division TNA when Joe was around, and the whole idea is there's no weight limits. Yeah, if you can prove that you belong, you take it there. And I'm guessing because they didn't want to create IWGP 6-man titles, they decided to put them on under the Never Openweight banner.
Makes sense.
Because obviously, the first champs of Omega and the Bucks were juniors, at least at the time. But then you've had Toru Yano and the Briscoes, who aren't. LIJ, who are and aren't. And, the previous champs as well, Finlay, Ricochet, and Kojima, is a combination of the two as well. Basically, just an excuse to fill the fucking card.
And create another title or a couple titles.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
So then we get to the interesting, I say sort of interesting one, but you can tell the Japanese fans do not give a fuck about Cody Rhodes. Because he hasn't been established enough to them yet.
That's Japan's fault for not doing more with him to establish him before they brought him out the dome.
Yeah, but that was going to happen, wasn't it?
Of course, but still, they could have done something.
To some extent. So, yeah, Juice Robinson versus Cody. One thing I do have to note, and this comes from the interviews that they did before the contract signing, although I don't think they had a contract signing for the two. You know, Juice was saying, I came over here to learn the art of wrestling. I had my time elsewhere, and they didn't appreciate me, so I've honed my craft. I'm gonna prove I'm the better man, Cody. Cody basically dropped a line which is the equivalent of, wow, I'm not just the American Nightmare, I'm American style. And you, Juice, you're just developmental style. I'm like, yes!
Very nice.
I like that line. Although, I will say, fuck Kevin Dunn. Because the stupid
always, but
Japanese person in the truck said, oh, let's go to a replay for that Cody dive to the outside turned into a suplex. As they do so, the pivotal moment of the fucking match happened when was it a sort of miss or not?
No. Well, let me explain.
Cannonball.
Well, let me explain. So Cody did the double jump. He dove and he got caught with the overhead release belly to belly. When the actual replay was being shown, like you were talking about momentarily, I gotta not call him CJ Parker here. Juice hit the cannonball and basically cracked his leg against the guardrail.
The pivotal spot which they had to get in a replay.
Yeah.
I wonder what the Japanese reacted to that with. I mean, it was, and also the bit that I didn't get as well is, why is Cody going after Carino when that isn't a thing? This isn't Ring of Honor. This is New Japan, and we know Carino ain't coming back.
No.
Unless
I mean, I guess I don't understand. I mean, I guess it was just because they wanted to trash the announcers, and Carino just happened to be there, and they have a little bit of a history, so that's the case. Juice Robinson kind of surprised me in this match. I like CJ Parker in NXT. I did. He was one of the people that I actually put over that I got a lot of flack for.
Yeah, as a wrestler, I was impressed.
Right.
The gimmick, I wasn't a fan of much of.
No, but the thing is, I mean, the match here, Juice gets out of the American Nightmare, and he's basically working the leg because the leg was injured basically on the cannonball on the guardrail. And it set up the finish, and it was right after the lariat, and he goes for a power bomb to finish him off. His leg gives out, Cody hits Crossroads and wins it. So, I mean, I liked it, honestly, but the thing about it was, if you weren't aware that Cody was announced as in the Bullet Club, he really wasn't showing much. He did have his shirt on the back of his tights. I noticed that. But he had no knee pads. Yeah, that was it. There was no Bullet Club notification on Cody's gear whatsoever.
And how, after the end, and he went and sprayed water from his mouth over Carino, he took the exit that, everybody's supposed to do.
Mm.
But of course, because he's Cody, instead, and of course there wasn't any camera shot to this because they weren't expecting it.
They were talking about it, but they didn't get any shots of it.
Yeah. Cody went into the fans.
Yep.
And celebrated with them. Yeah, that's a heelish thing to do.
I mean, you got to give it to Cody, though. And don't forget, here on this network, we changed an entire segment every Wednesday to just talking about Cody's exploits on the indies. Cody did WrestleMania 32. He did Bound for Glory. He did Ring of Honor Final Battle, and he did Wrestle Kingdom 11. So Cody has done something that most people couldn't do this day and age. So I got to hand it to Cody for being able to show up in the Dome and being able to perform like he did. Was it the greatest match? No, but I enjoyed it.
Yeah, but he's missing one important thing. He hasn't done King of Trio.
Like I said before, I said just get him and Sandow a partner, and I guarantee you that's their King of Trios team. I've said this for a long time. Right when they got released from the company, that's the first thing I said. We're going to get Sandow, Cody, and a partner at King of Trios. And I think it still will. He did Bola too, so I mean he hit almost all the high spots.
The third person needs to be Dean Douglas, and then you have Team Rhodes Scholars.
Well, yeah, that would work.
But I don't think Shane would be welcome.
I was actually
F-bomb too many times, like kid show.
Oh, you mean like the Gorillas of Destiny? We'll get to that in a little bit. My God, I was laughing my head off.
Guess it will be booked on Chikara's Wrestling.
To be totally honest, I did not realize. That's the first thing I noticed about the way that the crowd was, how quiet they were, and most times, and other times they were really loud. But another thing I noticed right off the top, this is the first time I really realized it. That ring is mic'd way too well. Way too well.
So then, Adam Cole, baby!
Yes.
I don't get that entrance. So yeah, the Ring of Honor World title. Adam Cole out first. Because apparently the challenger always has to come out first.
That's how it should be.
Yeah.
And of course, his music then became stuck in my head for the rest of the show.
I'm gonna piss off Owen Disney. He's gonna be livid all the time. And then the chorus. O'Reilly's going to Orlando. Whoa, he's going to Orlando.
And so am I. And that's a shoot.
Shoot!
We pretty much called this what was going to happen here. When there was a lot of messages around the interwebs about Kyle O'Reilly's contract coming up and not re-signing with Ring of Honor, it was just a matter of time. And then we found out a lot of people were talking that it was pretty much a foregone conclusion that O'Reilly was just waiting for his medicals to come back before he could make any sort of announcement, and that would mean he dropped the title in the Dome, and that's exactly what happened, making Adam Cole the first ever 3-time Ring of Honor World Heavyweight Champion.
Yeah. Bit weird.
Yeah, it's interesting they chose him of all people to put the 3-peat on.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with that, but I mean, this day and age, it makes sense.
Especially the rumor from the league.
Yeah.
Yeah. Somebody, Jay Lethal, somebody that was good, but nobody gives a shit about anymore. And the final line just said, like Adam Cole. You're new.
This match was basically just it was work a body part. It was super short. My God, they only went like 10 minutes.
Yeah, 10 minutes.
Last shot was basically hit, and then they started mirroring each other. And Kyle hit the brain buster, but of course his arm is completely messed up, so he can't go anywhere further with that. He goes for the Jujigatami. Adam Cole kicks him in the face and in the forehead. Hits a Shining Wizard, hits the last shot, but O'Reilly kicks out. He goes for the super kick, turned around into an ankle lock, and of course that's rolled out into 3 super kicks. He yells at Kyle to stay down, and he super kicks him in the back of the head, hits the last shot for the 3rd time, and Adam Cole was one of the only members of the Bullet Club to get a victory on Wrestle Kingdom 11.
Well, Cody.
I said one of. Cody was the first, Cole was the second.
So yeah, title number 3.
I'm sensing a pattern, Ashley. We have new champions crowned in all the matches. Would it continue?
Yeah. As soon as that happened then, which was basically where the interval would have been, hence why you got the announcement that came next, which we'll get to in a minute.
Right.
As soon as that happened, there was the inkling in the back of my head going, they're going to do something here that's going to piss off a lot of the Western people.
We'll get to that.
That is basically, they're basically trying to push as if, oh wow, all the belts are changing hands, which implied some of them weren't, and then I was just starting to get fears.
Well, then Kevin and Carino brought that up on commentary. You knew in the back of your mind, no matter how much you didn't want to believe it, somebody wasn't going to drop their title.
Definitely. So they then ran down the schedule of most of the major events that are set to be going down.
Right.
For the first half of 2017. So aside from the already announced CMWL, Fantastica Mania, New Japan shows that are happening later this month, February 5th will be New Beginning in Sapporo. So we're heading up to Hokkaido for that one. And then the week after, on the 11th, they'll be in Osaka for New Beginning in Osaka. Then March 6th, they're having a show. I don't think they mentioned what it entirely was.
I just looked at the numbers, and it was kind of too late to make notes of that.
Yeah. The New Japan Cup on March the 20th. Then, interestingly, Sakura Genesis on April the 9th. Now, the thing is, when I think of Sakura, I think of women.
Interesting
So I
point.
don't know what that means. Because there were some rumors, because that, I don't think it was that day, but certainly for that week since New Year, there was a shot of Delirious with the head honcho at Stardom. The rumor going around is there could be some sort of talent exchange. Also, New Japan realizes that the network's a threat and they want the Japanese women. So I don't know whether this is some sort of way to try and get the women staying in Japan by actually giving them a chance to shine themselves on a New Japan show.
It's very possible.
But certainly they haven't mentioned that one before, so I don't know what the basis of that is. So that's April the 9th, so that's the week after Mania, basically.
Yep.
And May the 3rd is Wrestling Don Taku. Can't remember where that show's supposed to happen. The Best of the Super Juniors is... It said June the 3rd, but I've got a feeling that's the finals. So it'll probably be over towards the end of May into June. Then Dominion at Circa Joe Hall. on June the 11th. And then the announcement of the G1 Climax beginning July 17th with the finals at Kurikan Hall. I think they're at Kurikan Hall. They might.
I believe so.
No, sorry, it's Sumo Hall. Sumo Hall over August the 11th through 13th. They're going to do it the same like they've done the last few shows, in which Block A finishes the 11th, Block B finishes the 12th, and then the 13th will be the finals and all the razzmatazz with it. However, there is going to be a weekend preview of the G1.
Yep.
Except it's not in Japan.
No, it is not.
The rumors were true. Somewhere in the LA area, they haven't said where. I guess the question is, can they get us? I'm trying to think of a venue that obviously isn't Staples Center because that's too big, but obviously Reseda, California is too small. Somewhere in LA that they can actually have a show. Then again, there could be a heck of a lot of demand, so they probably could do a Staples Center arena show.
It's possible.
Or perhaps.
I think they're still trying to formulate where it's going to be at this point.
Yeah. Well, considering it's not till July the 1st, they've still got a fair few months to work it out.
Correct.
But they're doing it because this year technically is the 45th anniversary of New Japan, since it started in 72. So they're going all out to be special, apparently. So then we get back to the second half, and we start off with the tag team titles. So first up is Toru Yano and his DVDs of many colors with Tomohiro Ishii. Key thing to note, as I hear myself over and over again. Toru Yano both the IWGP tag titles and league trophies because I don't know why he stole them.
Because he can, I guess.
Yeah. He took the belts at the Kurikan Hall show a few weeks back. Apparently took the trophies last night at the pre-show.
Yes. Why not?
So yeah, it's them versus Makabe, followed by the Fucks of Fuck, which is Tama Fuck and Tonga Fuck.
Yeah, the tag team that just keeps on giving the F-bombs.
And this was the spot where Carino was saying something about FMW.
Yep,
and
correct.
I think actually may have for legit pissed his pants.
Yeah.
Probably.
Well, considering the fact he was complaining about having to pee the whole show, it makes sense.
Yeah, but what was... I'm trying to remember what the line was exactly. Whatever it was, he was in stitches for about 7 minutes.
It's just funny because Rowan and Tonga just freaking the whole time were just cursing for no reason. They just did it because they could. It's like when you work an indie show at a bar and there's no kids around, so you can pretty much say what you want.
Yeah.
That's exactly what this match was like to me.
Your mouth smells like penis breath. Oh,
It was just really funny. Carino ended up having to turn his mic off at one point. Kevin Kelly gave him crap for it.
he was telling, mute me. I need to laugh my ass off.
We set up the finish. They hit Guerrilla Warfare on Makabe, and he rolled to the floor. Hanma gets set up for Guerrilla Warfare one more time, but Toru Yano comes in via blind tag that absolutely nobody was aware of. And when Ishii is distracting, he low blows the champs. The Stone Pitbull hits 2 lariats on Tonga and Roa, and Yano rolls up Loa for the pin. We have new IWGP Tag Team Champions. Toru Yano and Tomohiro Ishii. The team that got added to the match that no one thought had any reason being in the match are the ones that walked out with the gold.
Yep.
Okay, sure.
Yep.
This was fun though. This wasn't
where
a
you
great
need to
match.
do your Toru Yano impression of shrugging your shoulders. Nobody knows.
I did that earlier today when I saw my theater wasn't getting La La Land. So continue.
God damn it.
No, there's a great ending to this story. Don't worry, we'll say it at the end of the show. So
worth noting, because I'm just checking some of Excalibur's tweets that have happened only recently, like in the last half hour, referring to the Adam Cole win earlier that Cole tweeted about, saying, I'm a legend of Ring of Honor now. Excalibur just tweeted, good to see he leaned up a little bit for the show. Probably only had 3 helpings at Christmas dinner instead of 4.
wow.
Yeah.
Can we mention the fact that on Twitter somebody was tweeting up a storm and actually Kevin Kelly and Carino called him out on it?
Yeah. Probably.
Yeah, Cesaro, Tyson, and Natalia were basically watching the show, and Carino and Kevin Kelly actually shouted him out without naming names.
So, yeah, as did Rollins.
Yep.
Although that wasn't tweeted out till afterwards.
Correct. Well, let's go into the next one. IWGP Junior Heavyweight Championship.
Sorry, I'm just looking. I'm looking at Total Biscuit saying English commentary wasn't up to much. Thankfully, incoherent Japanese yelling option was available.
I've heard a lot of people that were slagging on Kelly and Carino. Honestly, I've been reading it all day. No, they didn't do bad. I mean, to me, somebody that doesn't watch the product and the only familiarity I have with the superstars is
keep in mind
stuff
the
in
only
Ring of Honor.
fucking reason JR was there 2 years ago was fucking Jeff Jarrett. Where's the fucking gold, Jeff?
It's on the Young Bucks gear, Ashley.
Ah. I thought
now we finally know.
I thought it was a film with Matthew McConaughey.
That will never see the light of day at this point, but somehow it's still getting nominated for things.
What? It hasn't come out. What?
No, it hasn't come out.
So, yeah.
At any rate.
So at this point, we go to, this is the fucking best 4 matches of the year.
Yes.
And that includes 2016. So we start off with the junior belt. Takahashi, Kamitachi, whatever you want to call him, versus Kushida. Although, during apparently Takahashi's entrance, the fucking 1-800 blimp. I don't know why I called it that. Because it was a... Remember back in the old days of WWF? And it was just a random fucking blimp?
Yes, I remember the blimp.
Apparently, this blimp decided to smash itself into Kevin Kelly. I don't know why.
Sometimes you just don't ask questions. You just let it happen.
Yeah. So, it was sort of what I expected and then some. Because obviously we've heard of the myth, even though it's legend. No, it's not even myth or legend, it's fact, of Dragon Lee versus Kamatachi.
Right.
Over the last few years.
Well, obviously, I want to talk about
the other thing as well. This was the first time that the crowd were really fucking interested.
Oh, yeah.
You could tell. And that's what probably helped these 4 matches to be so good. This was when the crowd were like, this is what we paid the tickets to see, because holy shit.
Yes, I definitely want to get into these matches a lot more in depth than we have with the with the rest of the show.
Yeah.
So Takahashi comes out and does a Rey Mysterio entrance.
Who's that jumping out the sky? TAKAHASHI. It still works.
It somewhat works.
Rhymes. The eye and sky rhyme. It works.
I want to talk about a really early spot that was vicious as all get out. So Kushida goes to the work on the arm right away, obviously setting up for the hoverboard lock, and that makes sense because that's how this match is most likely going to end. At least that's what we thought at the time. And he ends up getting hit by Takahashi with a sunset bomb to the outside. That they basically stopped the match for a minute in order to check on him to make sure he was still breathing at this point. They kind of botched Arana. That didn't really go too well. I think that's one of the only problems I have with this match. Because he tried to run him to the outside, but they were a little too close to the ropes, and it didn't really work out very well. I don't want to get on that too much because there's so much to this match. So Kushida counters the Sunset Bomb one more time, and Takahashi leaps off the ring apron, and when he gets caught in a Chuchigatami. Same thing Kushida did with Kyle O'Reilly, actually. I remember seeing that. It looked great, though. So he kept it on. A referee obviously let him know he had 5 to break, but he could do it outside, so because he had a 20 count. Takahashi fought out of the hoverboard lock a couple of times, even one that was on the top rope. I hit a Spicoli driver into the pads in the corner. And then he won with the time bomb. Yeah. Not only did he become not Kamatachi anymore, and now he is the time bomb Himura Takahashi, he is now your IWGP Junior Heavyweight Champion.
Yay!
See, I like this because when Kushida had the hoverboard lock, Himura hits the it's basically like a body scissors victory roll, and then the Spicoli driver into the buckle, and then hits the time bomb and wins. I thought this match was really good, really good.
My only issue with it, if it could be said to be an issue, is how the fuck is Kushida still in the junior division?
I don't know.
Because I think he's been in it for about 4 years. Have his balls not dropped? Is that what it means? I don't know.
It's like the Bobby Brady syndrome. The thing about it was that I really enjoyed the most about this was not only, even though we weren't sure how this match was going to end, certainly not with a crowning of a new champion, but the fact that they fought the hoverboard lock so well, and they protected that move like they will do with another move later on in the night so well, because it took absolutely everything that Kushida had, and time again, Takahashi had an answer for it.
Yeah.
I mean, he looked like he was going to pop his arm out of socket. I mean, but he still found a way to escape and still found a way to win the championship. So, yeah, this was a really solid match. And for those of you that only have seen the Kamatachi matches, check this one out if you haven't seen it yet. I mean, if you're listening to this, you're listening to us talk about New Japan Pro Wrestling for over an hour on a Wednesday show, you probably already watched the show. But go back and check this out. It was just so much great storytelling in these last 4 matches.
Mm-hmm. If they're shown on, Access, the thing is, it felt like it went longer. This is how much respect there is for this match. It felt like it went longer than the 16 minutes that it did.
Right.
One of the positive things you can say about this and the next match. They felt much longer than they were. You were so invested in it.
Oh my God, yes. And being the fact that it was like 6, 7 in the morning, I probably shouldn't have been as invested in these matches as I was. But they got me. They got me 100%.
This is what they fucking do, man. They reel you in and then get the needle.
The next thing you know, Owen's buying New Japan World and adding that to his monthly pricing.
Choose life. Choose a fucking big television. But why choose that? Why choose heroin? Choose New Japan Pro Wrestling.
My God.
So then it came. The one which is an interesting one. The guy who's beaten the shit out of everybody, so much so that he made his face bleed when he took on bloody Pro Wrestling Noah. Against yes! Goto! And this is what I was thinking at the time, which I was trying to fight. I want to go to bed. It's Goto versus Ibata.
Dear God.
Oh. I like the fact as well that they were stressing on commentary for the the US commentary that there was sort of some disdain from Goto, because it's like you're always the nearly man and you never become the did it man. You had your chance at the G1. The G1 final, they cheered you. And then all of a sudden, them fans in Sumo Hall decided to get behind Omega. And then look what happened. And I think I'd have to quickly go to the Wikipedias. I think other than like tag titles, ironically with Shibata, I don't think Goto... I think Goto's had the IC
Twice.
but he hasn't had... There's only been about 5. And obviously, every time he's had a heavyweight title, he's failed. He won the G1 Climax in 2008, so he's been there for at least 8 or 9 years. And if you win the G1 Climax, that's sort of the equivalent, the old school equivalent of King of the Ring and or the Royal Rumble. Especially, it's I guess it's more equivalent to the Royal Rumble because obviously if you win, you get the title shot at the Tokyo Dome show.
Well, I mean, he won the Young Lion Cup in 2005, so he's been with the company even longer than that.
Yeah, but obviously, you know, since he won the G1, that's when it's like you're a main event caliber talent.
And then the New Japan Cup for 3 years too.
Yeah, but the fact that he won the G1 in 08 and nothing came from it. You know, he's been supposedly in the world title picture and the subsequent other titles, more so them than the main title, for the past 8 years.
Right.
Because obviously 2017's only just started. So it honestly is a case of where's it all gone wrong? You know, he's 37, so he's somewhat coming to the end of probably his career.
Right.
And he still hasn't done the big one. And then Shibata happened. This match. This fucking match.
I mean, when I look at Katsuyori Shibata, I get like a young Antonio Inoki vibe from him.
Yeah.
And this match was so solid, especially because I believe, like I said, obviously, if I'm incorrect on this, my apologies, but didn't they put over the fact that they basically have faced each other and they've had double knockouts, not losses, they've knocked each other out before?
2 wins, 2 losses, and 2 double knockouts.
2 knockouts, yeah, exactly.
Although the most important thing is the last time they faced each other, at least in New Japan, from what I can tell, was Wrestle Kingdom number 8, 3 years ago, which Goto won.
This is vicious.
Yeah.
Vicious match. So many hard strikes, so many hard kicks. Like, there was a lot of great stuff that was in this match. Shibata went for the rear naked choke, and Goto just will not go down. And he finally is on the canvas, and he puts his foot on the bottom rope. So, and then Shibata just basically throws him outside and starts kicking away. He goes for the PK, but Goto ends up hitting the Yushigarashi. He hits the Shouting Kai, and Shibata kicks out, and the stiff kicks start raining down, and then Shibata just starts growling in his face because it's getting even more intense. And Goto just hits headbutt upon headbutt. He headbutted him right in the jaw at one point. It looked like he literally almost knocked him out.
Yeah.
Knee strike to the back of the head, and then he hits the GTR, and Goto is no longer the Susan Lucci of New Japan because he is, once again, now never openweight champion.
Or once again champion, you mean?
Once again a champion, but it is the never openweight champion matchup now.
Yeah. But I didn't realize this until looking up. Goto's had 8 shots at the heavyweight title and has lost 8 times. So you can sort of see the storyline that they're building of like, can you do it sort of thing. If anything, I wouldn't be surprised if he got into the picture, perhaps not for next year's Wrestle Kingdom, but possibly 13.
It's very possible. I really think.
Or possibly on his 10th. He has to challenge for the belt another time.
Right.
and then 10th time lucky at Wrestle Kingdom or something. That's when he wins it.
It would not surprise me a bit. But
so then we
semi-main
get
event.
to then we get to the main event, because guess fucking what? For the 4th straight year, Naito isn't in the main event. When he sort of should be. And, I know why Naito treats the company with disdain. I honestly think it's not just part of the gimmick now. It's an actual fucking shoot.
Oh, doesn't surprise
3
me at
years
all.
ago, at Wrestle Kingdom 8, he won the G1 and was set to take on Okada for the heavyweight title in the main event. Except they also had the Intercontinental title match with Tanahashi versus Nakamura, because I can't remember at the time who was champ and who wasn't. New Japan put it to the fans, what match do you want as main event? Keeping in mind, every other Wrestle Kingdom show has always finished with the heavyweight title.
Right.
And because it was Cena and Orton, so I guess in that sense, Okada's probably... trying to think. Not really Lesnar. Basically, 3 years ago, Nakamura and Tanahashi were the Orton and Cena. It was the feud that would never end. So it won the vote. So Naito, for nothing wrong that he did, get shit on. Also, at the time, when he won the G1, the crowd really didn't give a shit. 3 years later, they've all suddenly fucking changed their tune. So much so, and this is one of Dave's stories. Not only did the press vote him as Japanese Wrestler of the Year for last year, Naito, so did the fans.
It makes sense.
So yeah, despite the fact Okada's held the belt for most of the year, Naito's the better guy. So I understand his resentment. And it's sort of sad that it's sort of sad that the main events happened, because this will get glossed over. But this Naito Tanahashi match was bloody good.
Yeah, this is an awesome match.
And the reason why you can compare Tanahashi now even more to Cena, the fans were booing him.
Yep.
When he was doing stuff like, I'm going to work at your leg, as a heel would, the fans booed him. When Naito did it, as a heel would, they cheered Naito. New Japan is getting the John Cena effect, as in they're sick and tired of him being pushed. And I fear, after everything that happened with all the belts, I was fearing, please don't put the belt on him. I don't think he needs it. Mainly for punishment for that fucking song. His new entrance theme is fucking terrible.
Yeah, I hated it. Flat out sucked.
High Energy is just proper sort of awesome. He might as well fucking come out to I'm Blue Dabba Dee Dabba Die. That would have been better. Rebecca Ferguson singing Strange Fruit. That would have been better. That song that I can't say that uses the M word a lot that I play all the time. Or the censored version, anyway. That would be a better theme for him to come out than whatever this is. It certainly doesn't have the impact.
Not at all.
But aside from that, this was a fucking incredible match.
Yeah, it totally was. So a lot of great stuff was done in this, as always. They both worked the leg, and there was a really incredible spot early on when Tanahashi hit the sling blade on the ring apron. That looked nasty. He goes for high fly flow to the outside, and then he mocks Naito's taunt. So they work a cloverleaf spot. Tanahashi misses high fly flow again. Naito hits Destino, but there's a kick out, of course. He does hit Destino off the top at one point as well, which actually looked decent.
Mm-hmm.
And then he just picks him up because he's pretty much out anyway, and he hits it, and that's the end of that. The setup for this worked really well. So Tanahashi slaps him across the face, and he ends up hitting the high fly flow to the back. And he goes up top to hit it to the chest. Naito gets the knees up and then hits Destino off the buckle, and he kicks out, and then he finishes him off with just a proper Destino, and he retains the Intercontinental Championship. I very much enjoyed this match. A match between two people that know each other so well enough to put on a stellar match.
Mm. It was, and Naito rightfully just threw the fucking belt in the crowd.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I think of your belt. It goes to the people. And the people love me. I love them. They get the belt. Although, interestingly, during the press conference that was happening during the entrances, I guess, and the next match, Naito had an old foe show up. And that was Michael Elgin.
Yes.
So I've got a feeling we might be seeing something about that at the Dash.
Would not surprise me a
But
bit.
thankfully not with New Year's Dash. Actually, that might be how they say it in Japanese. I'm worried.
That's where she went. She's got her own show now.
No, because she was on last night. I'm not talking about Caruso or Kathy Kelly. So.
Oh, boy.
I didn't even fucking care about this match when the opening happened.
This was incredible.
Because Kenny gets a video package intro. Where he's naked. Has just come up from like an electrical sort of sci-fi storm thing.
Yes, it's literally the Terminator.
And he walks up to these three Japanese guys and goes, "Give me your clothes, your money, and a ticket to Tokyo Dome." Well, it wasn't like that, but you know.
Give me your clothes.
And they're just just going, they're joking with him. He then clearly says something in Japanese and then just like practically murders them all. And then it's like the Terminator, Kenny Omega. It's like, Holy shit. I swear they've done this just to piss off Triple H. Because out comes Omega, just like Triple H, with a fucking terrible mask on.
And a sawed-off shotgun.
That mask. Jesus. It's awesome in a... How the fuck did somebody think this is awesome? Awesome kind of way. Then again, that sort of shit for WrestleMania 2 years ago, so I guess we'll allow it.
We'll see what Hunter comes out to at Mania this year.
And then Okada just had tons of fucking money.
Yes.
As he always does.
Yes.
Apparently he isn't original enough anymore. And then 46 3/4 fucking minutes.
I'm going to get into some of this. Don't worry, I'm not going to go into everything. I'm just basically going to go to like high spots here. There is a lot to get to talk about.
A fuck ton of Rainmakers and Wandering Angels and any other sort of move. Package pile drivers, tombstone pile drivers, spinning tombstone pile drivers, chops. But no Japanese tables hurt in the making of this match.
We'll get to that.
Were.
The Bucks are at ringside. I like this because they didn't have any interference. This was just a strict one-on-one match. Even with the Bucks at ringside, they didn't get involved. I guess that's what sets all the other companies apart from New Japan. Because I'm sure they've had interference before. But they didn't do it for this match. The first thing I want to talk about is the first tease of the One-Winged Angel right early on. Which, of course, ends up with Kenny spitting right in Okada's face. That ends badly. Okada hits a snakebite DDT on the floor. I thought that was great. I enjoyed that. It was across the barricade instead of the rope. So Okada gets a table from under the ring. And probably one of the most, I guess the word breathtaking is the word I want to use, but I think it seems like really passé. One of the best looking flying body presses over a barricade I've ever seen. It just looked absolutely picture perfect. Like he leaps and clears the barricade and he connects perfectly. So this match continues to go back and forth. Omega hits a really dangerous looking missile dropkick to the back of Okada's head. But his leg's under the bottom rope, so of course he knows his ring placement. So they're working away, and Okada ends up going for a tombstone. That doesn't work the first time. He hits a flying elbow, but Omega gets the knees up. So basically they hurt each other because the knees took a beating and the elbow took a beating at this point. So Okada gets knocked out of the ring with a running drop kick, and he goes right over the barricade into the laps of the Japanese announcers. And Masahiro Chono.
Yay!
Kenny shoves Red Shoes out of the way, and he hits a really awesome looking springboard moonsault. Basically stealing Kota Ibushi's triangle moonsault. All the way from the top rope, all the way into the crowd where Okada is right in front of the announcers. I thought that was insane. Then something really insane happened, because when the referee started to count, Okada basically is being helped to stand by the help of the young boys and the ring crew at ringside. He finally falls over the guardrail, and Omega traps him underneath a table, gets on the ring apron, and does a jump, runs off and does a double stomp onto the table, which is on top of Okada.
He's sexy star.
Pretty much.
Except he's sexier.
And star.
And I'm a grown man.
It's late. Give me a break. So Omega tosses him in, hits him with a power bomb, gets a near fall, set out power bomb, near fall again. The Bucks sit up the table. Referee's like, nope, not gonna let him do it. Red Shoes like, I ain't having it. So Okada chants are ringing throughout the Tokyo Dome, and Kenny hits the Finley roll, middle rope moonsault, and they go back and forth after this exchange. Okada hits the drop kick.
Hang on. Pause there. You know, Matthew, when that referee said, I'm not allowing that, was going, oh.
Yeah, pretty much.
No chance for I am the table.
Oh, my God. So Okada is setting up a spot in front of the table. Omega reverses. Okada reverses. And obviously the table is going to be a big part of this one way or another. And it certainly ends real quick after that because Kenny charges. Okada back body drops him, and he does a picture-perfect flip and lands crashing through the table. That looked nasty because he went right through the middle of it. That is not the table, Matthew. That is not the table. So Okada breaks the count, hits the missile drop kick, gets an ear fall. Crowd's really getting into it at this point. Big time. So Okada hits the flying.
They were just...
Oh, they're beside themselves.
They weren't even on the edge of their seats. They were in the ring. They were that far off the edge of their seats.
Pretty much. I mean, and you got to give it to Omega for taking a back body drop that was probably at least 10 or 12 feet in the air and crashing middle way through a table. And then he still continued because he's Kenny Omega and this is the main event of Wrestle Kingdom 11. So obviously he has to push himself even further than he ever has before. So Okada hits the flying elbow, goes for the Rainmaker. Kenny breaks it up, and they fight. Okada starts pounding away. Kenny slaps him in the face. Omega hits a Tiger Suplex 85 off the top rope. Oh my God. Oh my God. And then they show the replay where Okada just lands and falls.
Sammy, you know I have to do at WrestleMania now.
Yes! Only if he gets that match that we've been calling. So Omega hits a vertical neck breaker. He sets up the Bullet Club guns. And Okada escapes that and hits a high angle German. Kenny ends up hitting a really stiff knee, and Okada turns it around with a drop kick. So they're trading moves at this point. Omega gets the knee up again. It's a really great-looking reverse Rana. Running knee strike, sets up the one-winged angel. Okada lands on his feet, hits a European uppercut, tombstone, Rainmaker, 1, 2. Omega kicks out at 3.
2.999999.
Oh, and you have no idea how true that statement is. So Okada is going to finish him off. Omega goes to the guy, and Okada just decides he wants to turn that around with a drop kick. And the sell from Omega going about 5 feet backwards just was incredible. He sets the tombstone. Omega hits a package tombstone, and Okada kicks out. So at this point, they're trading elbow strikes and forearms, and Omega hits the Snapdragon, the knee strike, sets up the one-winged angel. Again, Okada grabs the arm and Rainmaker. but of course he's so beat up. There's so much taken out of it. He cannot capitalize on this. So they get back up. Hits the Rainmaker again. Kenny counters the fourth one. He drop kicks Okada. Hits a knee strike that pretty much just rocked his entire face. Sets up the One-Winged Angel for the last time. Okada counters it. Goes for the tombstone and hits a just incredible corkscrew tombstone pile driver. Drags Omega up to his feet. Hooks the arm. Pulls it back. And bam! Rainmaker for the fourth time. 1, 2, 3. Okada retains the IWGP Heavyweight Championship. My God. My God. This was almost 8 o'clock in the morning Eastern Standard Time for me. And I was wide awake and alert. These near falls.
That's what them things do.
My God, these near falls. Just like, they had everybody on the edge of their seats. They teased Omega so well. And here's the thing that I say, and I said this on Twitter, and I'm going to say it again. They protected the One-Winged Angel better than anything. So much so that when Kenny Omega finally hits it on Okada, that's when he wins the title. He will not hit that move on Okada in a scheduled match until he is winning the championship. That's my prediction. And that makes perfect sense to me.
Yeah.
So good. I mean, so many great things out of this match. And I went on record saying I thought that Kenny Omega was going to walk out with the championship. And, you know, I mean, hindsight being 2020, it makes sense for Okada to retain, given the fact it's Wrestle Kingdom. But, I mean, like, we got the beginning coming up. We got New Japan Cup coming up, which I think Omega's got a shot at winning if they don't give it to Shibata. We got G1 Climax, which is, they could give him another shot there, or they can spread the wealth and give the G1 to someone else this year. I don't think that we've seen the last of this, and I think that Kenny's going to have the title before the summer, to be totally honest. And I think it makes sense when it does happen.
If he has the belt when you go into LA, then I'm guessing they're going to find a way to make sure he makes it to LA.
Yeah, I think Kenny will have the belt before they go over to the US for the G1 shows. I honestly think that he's going to be defending the IWGP title in LA. And I think that's the right booking decision to go with. Because could you imagine having the rematch with Okada and now being the challenger against Kenny Omega on US soil? So many great things.
Ridic.
Oh my God, I know. So yeah, I mean, I was up till 8 o'clock in the morning watching this. I know, granted, a lot of you that are listening tonight, probably, if you're listening to this knowing that we're talking about Japanese wrestling for almost 2 hours before we even get into our regular stuff, which is probably going to be shortened because of this. I will say right now that, honestly, New Japan, you have a new fan. Just like with Ring of Honor. There's a reason we started covering ROH on the regular. It's because I became a fan of the company again. And New Japan Pro Wrestling has done exactly the same thing. I am going to start watching Japanese wrestling again. So, yeah, I really enjoyed what I saw. And I really enjoyed what I heard. I enjoyed how absolutely bonkers the in-ring mic is for catching everything. I could only imagine two gaijins trying to call spots in that ring. It's almost impossible. So everybody, because the concept of walk and talk is out the door in the Tokyo Dome. But this was great. This was an absolutely amazing way to end the show. These 4 matches back to back, just stellar, absolutely stellar. And I know AJ saw this. I know Cena saw this. And this is the same thing we say with TakeOver every time. When there's a TakeOver before a major WWE event. It's kind of like, we've left, the curtain is rose, The curtain has fallen. When the curtain rises again, you're up next. This is your time to shine.
Mm-hmm.
You might as well call it the San Antonio, Texas Dome with AJ against Cena, because we're going to see a match unlike we've seen before.
And keep in mind Kenny as well.
Yeah.
His promo saying, I don't care what fucking company it is.
Yeah, he
You
basically...
put my match against them, it's probably going to be the best match.
Yeah, and he basically said that he wants to be the guy that doesn't necessarily go to the E. He wants to be the guy that was a legend without having to go to the WWE.
Even though he sort of did.
Well, yeah, but that's another story. The thing is, it was just a solid night of action. Now, I can understand people that wouldn't like this show, but I can understand that completely. But I think that the last 4 matches especially told an amazing story. And if you
like the wrestling side, if you like the wrestling side of WWE, but feel it's lacking at the minute, the show, if not definitely the last 4 matches, is just perfect. Because that's one thing I will say, apart from the final 2 matches, there wasn't any video packages or anything.
No, but the video packages they used were stellar. Even though I couldn't understand anything that was being said most of the time, it still got me hyped for the match I was about to see. And WWE can do that, and they do that, but not on a regular basis like they used to.
Yeah.
Nothing at all is going to get me excited about Aquaman versus Tinder's favorite contestant.
I guess you didn't see the Periscope post show.
If I probably would have been dead right now if I did.
Yeah. Well, no, because it was only about 5 minutes, because obviously it was Periscope. Kevin Kelly buried Google because he said his Android phone's battery was shit.
That's hilarious.
Even though it was a new phone. And then basically said, because we don't know what's happening tomorrow, we're going to get blind drunk. So tomorrow could be an interesting show.
Yes.
Well, obviously still trying to act professional.
I know what I'm doing in a couple of hours.
It's awesome being here. And Kevin's like, yeah. It was finally, you got your... Yeah, there's a lot of things been said. And I think you'd like to say to the fans before we go. And Kevin just takes one giant step off camera. It's like, he's gone. Yeah, you haven't saying anything. Fuck. Kevin's just like, there you go. That's it. Basically, because he knew he was just going to go, I'm not saying anything. So, yeah. As I say, if you don't want to catch it in its full version or whatever, whether it be Japanese or English, catch the 4-part highlights / full matches when Jim Ross and Josh Barnett do the commentary.
Absolutely.
So I believe they are recording it some point this week, later this week or early next week, so it can be aired for the January 13th show.
Just top to bottom, just a phenomenal show. And I mean, if you like the Gaga of professional wrestling that a lot of people really enjoy out of WWE, that was there, but it wasn't overpowering and it made sense.
Yeah. Also, if you like the word fuck.
Yes. George Carlin's favorite tag team. Somewhere George Carlin is watching Wrestle Kingdom 11 be like, wow, I really like those boys.
Technically he was, because what's the acronym of Gorillas of Destiny?
That's exactly right. And the most ironic statement of the entire podcast.
Yeah.
So yeah, New Year's Dash is Eastern Standard Time, starting at 4:30 tonight.
5 hours or so from when we are live.
Right. Things that came out of New Japan before we get on to anything else. We talked about the Hardys. I said Matt Hardy went to Twitter and he addressed what the Young Bucks said. He basically said, "You truly can't comprehend the magnitude of what you're getting into. Hashtag Bucks of Youth. Our collision is inevitable."
Well, we can. We'll get to Impact.
Speaking of that, more Ring of Honor news. Well, I guess I could say that for the Ring of Honor news because I have some Ring of Honor news that does pertain somewhat to New Japan, but we'll get to that later. So that was New Japan Pro Wrestling Wrestle Kingdom 11, and the first time that we've talked about Japanese wrestling for such a long time here on the Wednesday Wrestling Popcast. So yeah, hopefully you enjoyed this elongated, short-term version of a pay-per-view podcast before we get started with the regular show, which is now going to be 15 minutes because we're going to have to change some things around a bit.
Yes.
All right. So, if, like I said, check out the replay by New Japan World. It's less than $9. I mean, seriously, just get it. Watch Access when it's on. Check out the clips. I mean, there's clips on their Twitter feeds too. So yeah, just check this show out. This is probably going to be the show of the year. I mean, I hope the first WrestleMania I'm going to and the first NXT takeover, second NXT takeover I'm going to, like, at least somewhat are in the conversation. But I just, top to bottom, the show, like, this hit on all cylinders. And I'm telling you, when Kenny Omega wins that IWGP championship, it's going to be absolutely insane. But super show. All right, it's time to get on to our regular show. Let's get into the news from the various wrestling promotions and the various televised wrestling shows that have been on the last several days. So, Ashley, let's get to talking about Smackdown Live.
Yeah, let's talk about the 3 hours of WWE product we all should be fucking watching.
Yeah.
My God.
Do you want to start doing a show on Tuesday night? Seriously, do you want to start doing a show on Tuesday night?
If it keeps being this good up to the Rumble, I'm seriously thinking about we just randomly go 3 fucking nights.
It wouldn't shock me. Well, until
the bitter taste of General Yen out of our mouth.
Yeah, that may happen.
That bitter tea of General Yen. Can't remember that though.
Either way, we will probably be discussing that later, and you may end up getting sometimes almost an entire week of wrestling content on the network during pay-per-view weekends.
It might be in the build-up to Mania. We might try it out and see how it does.
Since those shows are going to be really fun to call too.
When Mania comes, we'll be able to do fuck all because somebody's busy.
Yeah, this is correct.
So as ever,
Smackdown.
The puppets of Mauro Ranallo, John Layfield, and David Otunga are being operated by Tom Phillips. That's the only thing I can present it as. It's basically like the UFC stuff, where Tom Phillips is like the host, and the people that know their shit and David Otunga are like the analysts.
That's pretty much how it's promoted too, honestly.
Yeah. So Miz comes out, says, "You're looking at the it couple, the rating spike, the must-see superstar of all time, married to the hottest woman on the planet, and the hold of the most prestigious title in the E." I've got one more year. I've got one New Year's resolution, and that's to be more forgiving. It just so happens somebody owes me an apology. They know who she is, or that person knows who she is. Makes sense. So of course, Renee doesn't show up and says, "Don't worry, I'm staying here until I get my apology. You slapped me in the face. You made Dean attack me last week. You've let your personal feelings get in the way of your professional obligations. And now, out of nowhere, Dean's got an IC title shot. It must be good on the side of a general manager, Talking Smack co-host. Miz is still wanting his apology. How could this was a fucking great line. How can Renee sleep at night knowing she sacrificed her journalistic integrity for dirty deeds with Dean Ambrose?
That's great.
Fuck yes!
This is why Mike Mizanin's so amazing, guys. Anybody that slept on the Miz, they're starting to realize right quick that he belongs.
So of course Dean shows up. Marie slaps him, and he's just like, "I don't give a fuck." The Miz is just like, "Yeah, we better go." And then Dean gets the mic and says, "To be quite honest, the tough part of the night's over because, Maurice, you slap harder than Miz hits me." Boom! That's all he needs to do. Brilliant. So then, I never thought in saying this, we had a fucking good match with Baron Corbin.
It's because he's worked with Ziggler for 16 years.
To some extent, but actually Baron looked good even without Ziggler. That's the thing.
Well, no, I mean their familiarity with each other is so on point now because they've worked with each other so long. But of course they're going to put together a good match. And they gave him 13 minutes, so they gave him time.
And then of course, the what was building happened. So Ziggler was basically
finally
smacking him in the corner, Baron. And the ref is like, "You better stop doing that." And then Corbin hits him with End of Days. Baron wins. Then gets a chair and brings it into the ring. But Kalisto comes out to make the save. That storyline's still fucking going.
I don't understand how or why, but okay, for sake of argument, we'll go with that.
So, of course, Corbin runs. And Ziggler super kicks Kalisto. Saying, "I don't need your help. I don't need anybody. I can do it on my own." It's finally happened, kids.
Come on, his literal Twitter handle has been heel Ziggler all along. Why are we surprised? Seriously.
It's finally come true again.
About freaking time, too. Ziggler's a lot better heel than a face. He's got that Spencer Pratt punchable face. And that's what makes him such a smarmy heel.
Carmella's backstage. James Ellsworth comes in.
Jesus,
thanks her for the kind words. And wishes her luck. And gives her his shirt. And she goes, "Oh, that's great." In that way where it's like she might actually she might actually be sincere about it, but also at the same time, it's like, does she give a fuck? And then says, "You should be at ringside for my match tonight." Part of the reason I think that James did that is because he doesn't have a chin. I don't know.
I don't understand your way of thinking, honestly.
It's language. Because the chin went into full mode. So
why
Dolph
is this still going on?
Throwing what, Dolph?
No, why is this James Ellsworth crap with Carmella still going on? I don't buy this at all.
Do I need to say one word? Fuck that.
You're welcome, WWE. You're welcome.
It's fucking Vince. It's Adolph's throwing shit around in the locker room. And Mojo, Rhino, and Apollo come in and go, why the fuck did you beat up Callisto? Yeah, Callisto's... Apollo says Callisto's my friend. Probably legit.
Yeah, 100% legit.
And legit, Ziggler beat the fuck out of Apollo.
This intrigues me.
So, yeah, he's finally gone heel.
Dolph
Unless
Ziggler and
he's
Apollo
face.
Crews?
Yeah.
I'm down with that, with 100%.
Yeah. So now we've got Becky Lynch versus La Luchadora. This is getting more fucking stupid by the week.
Is it the Doink storyline or the Black Scorpion storyline? It's one of the two.
Black Scorpion, that's what it is.
It's definitely Black Scorpion.
Except they won't call him the Black Scorpion. They'll call her the American Dragon. And it's another fucking rib on
God.
Daniel Bryan.
Here we go again.
Every single one.
Well, I mean,
So
to
Becky
her credit,
gets the
though,
win with the
you could tell who it was, obviously.
Well, especially
Well,
the Becky wins with the dishonor. La Luchadora gets unmasked, and it's Alexa. And then the other La Luchadora attacks Becky from behind, but then hits Alexa with a DDT as well.
uh-huh.
So all of a sudden, I'm, it's games, but part of me would like it to be like somebody that nobody's expecting.
Oh, you mean actually be Deonna Purrazzo?
No, I mean like actually. Oh, does that mean it's her for the time being then?
Yeah, it's been her.
I mean, it could be, but then of course, she hasn't done anything on. No, I'd like if it was somebody like Kimberly or Heidi Lovelace. Somebody that just comes in immediately. If it's revealed to be Eva Marie, it's going to be fucking disgusting.
It's going to be Mickie James.
Then again, well, yeah, with a DDT.
It's not the Mickie T. I mean, come on. It's Mickie James.
Did she do it in the Mickie style, though?
That's the thing is, though, this segment, like, for some reason, like, after the match was over, because I didn't even know about Alexa getting turned on because I was having some technical glitches. So I didn't see the end of this match. Well, the end of the segment, really, not the end of the match. But I did see the end of the match, but I didn't see the end of the segment. So I don't know if it was the specific Mickie T or not, but I'm gonna guess it was.
So now there's a table in the ring.
Oh my God, this was awesome.
So it's contract signing time. Cena out first, followed by AJ. AJ standing, Cena's sitting. And AJ's like, why are we doing this? We've been wrestling for, at least 12 years. We've been in the small towns and nobody because we love what we did. But Cena, oh, I see, yeah. Him and Daniel go back that time. But John Cena's nothing like them. He's been off television for 4 months and suddenly gets a title match. How the hell does that happen? And Daniel says, I know where you're coming from, AJ, but I want you to know where I'm coming from. Last week, we beat Raw for the... Oh, fuck. I'll let it... This segment was still very good. The reason why that they beat him in the ratings is because AJ was in the main event and John was back on SmackDown, which is probably true.
It's 100% true.
And they need the momentum going into the Rumble, with the match everybody's talking about not being a fucking, but the rematch everybody wants to see. Daniel Bryan versus John Cena. Sorry, AJ Styles.
You're not wrong, but I understand what you're
that's why I did it like that. Now, this is the match that everybody wants, and this is the match we're going to give them. Now, you've beaten Cena 3 times already. And leaves the ring. So AJ's like, you're the luckiest man on the planet, John. You were gifted a title match by the man who's basically your brother-in-law. This is the best for SmackDown and for AJ. Look how the tables have turned. It was last year when you had this title. You told him he needed a win so he could be more than an indie guy. And then AJ tells John, if you don't win, you don't belong in the E. That's not a line I want to hear. Because I think then hashtag 16 starts trending.
Uh-huh.
And AJ says, I've beaten you 3 times. No one saw you because you weren't here. And we beat him in the ratings because I was champ, not you. And we can do it without you. So Cena goes to say, yeah, I've got a lot of respect. And AJ goes, don't talk about respect. You admitted that what you said about The Rock wasn't the truth. You know, although what you said about The Rock is actually about you. You've been great in the company for a long time. Or, John Cena has been, great for a long time. Note the word has been. Now, when it comes to Hollywood, John will never be as good as The Rock. When it comes to the ring, he'll never be good as me, John. And AJ gets a pen. And then Cena, because he can do this, does what he needs to. Being a man is being humble when you're wrong and being able to apologize. A big part of being a man is when you're pushed by somebody, you push back. And from what you did, you just made the biggest mistake of your life, AJ. You pissed me off. And you know what? You are right. I need a win to prove that I belong. Because of chumps like you who think I've already gone. I'm pushing back. I've lost all respect for you, and you're just a punk-ass bitch. You know why everybody's talking about the match between us? It's because the people who hate me think you, AJ, are the man to replace me. And the thing is, I've got a career of shutting up people to yap their mouths, make them eat their words. And you finally got the courage to bow up and face me. I'll make you as dumb as you look. You talk... AJ, you go wherever they tell you to go. I'm told to stop. You walk down the ramp because you have to. I walk down because I want to. Others would have left if they had the opportunities in Hollywood, but I'm still here. For how long? And that's passion. You signed the contract, and it's one signature away from being official. You need this match, AJ. I need this match. Everybody needs this match. You're just like everyone that says that Cena sucks, tries to knock me off. They do their best, but on their best, they can never be me. Bring your family, bring your friends, bring the noise. Run DMC reference. Bring your A game or V game. And he's still going to kick AJ's ass and win the title. Because I'm John Cena. Recognize. Like, what?
So good.
Basic fucking is back?
Yeah, it was basically heel John Cena.
Equivalent of, yeah.
It went
And
back
of
to what
course,
he used to
fucking
be.
Baron Corbin shows up and says, "My first day in the company, I won the Battle Royal, so I'm going to be the first superstar to enter the Rumble. And I'm going to be winning, and I'll be leaving Mania the champion." And John goes, "Well, I'm glad you're here because you know that AJ won't fight me." But so Styles hits him and leaves the ring. Yeah, he basically drop kicked him. And Corbin just stands over Cena that's on the floor and says, "Huh, maybe your time is up." So my question is, why the fuck is Baron there?
He's going to tell John Cena to go back to Ring of Honor.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Can't forget that.
Yeah. So Marie sees Renee. Slap fight. Well, basically,
It wasn't really a fight. It was just
Renee.
a slap.
Yeah. He just slaps Renee and says, "You deserve that. Never touch my husband again." So then we got Carmella versus Aaliyah. Fucking hell.
This is god awful.
Aaliyah made it onto television. Not NXT, television.
I can assure you
Fuck.
this is probably the last time that'll happen.
Is she like Mr. 450? Except sadly didn't get injured.
Okay, I've said this before. Aaliyah showed a lot of promise with Breaking Ground and a lot of personality. Her trying to find out what character fit her best, all the talking to Regal about what gimmick worked best for her when she was breaking in. The thing is, though, I don't buy her in the ring. I mean, she's uber green. Oh my god. I mean, she makes Liv Morgan watchable. The thing is, I don't buy her at all, and I don't like Carmella. I don't buy the Carmella character at all, or the rip-off Iggy Azalea music she uses. Thanks, CFO $. Thing is, I mean, I see why they're doing this, and they're trying to rebuild Carmella up, and they just use this as a quick squash match. That's fine, but I mean, I guess the only thing I can say is nobody of worth got squashed, so it wasn't as big of a deal as it could have been. Just a really weak match. I mean, I'm not surprised, but I mean, spoiler alert, there's not much women's wrestling on this show, on this entire show we're doing tonight that is worth to talk about.
Yeah.
At least it was short. Ellsworth's at ringside, I guess, whatever. Yeah, Code of Silence finishes it. I mean, it's a sweet finisher, but it's not. The finisher is better than the worker. That's a problem. I mean, it's a finish. It's like, okay, it's like when everybody was giving Michelle McCool heat for using the Styles Clash. The finisher was more over than the performer. So, I mean, with Carmella, I love the Code of Silence, even though the first time the Get Smart fan in me was thinking they said the Code of Silence. And I was like, ooh, that's awesome. But let's just hope that this does not turn out terrible for Mr. Colin Cassidy with this storyline.
Otherwise, that relationship will be going SAWFT.
Yep.
So now, Owen was probably
this is stupid. I hate this so much.
American Alpha versus Breezango.
Oh, you mean Razor Ramon Hard Gay, the tag team? Seriously, look at their gear and tell me it's not Razor Ramon Hard Gay, because that's exactly what it is. And for those of you, I'm not making a derogatory statement. It is a gimmick that was used in Japan. Look it up.
When you saw that it was happening, you were probably excited.
I was hoping we'd actually
here's
get a
what
program
happened.
out of this.
Here's what happened.
Oh,
Breeze gives Chad Gable a ticket. Gable rips it up, hits a suplex, tags in Jordan. Fandango gets knocked off the apron. Gable gets tagged back in. Grand Amplitude, 3 count. That's it. That's fucking it.
There are got to be teams on the SmackDown tag division that you could squash other than Fandango and Tyler Breeze.
Fucking Usos.
Yeah, please. Please, by God, do it.
And then...
Then fun stuff happened.
Bray Wyatt's on the screen and goes, nothing lasts forever, guys. Cherish what you have because reality will hit you later. You haven't won anything just yet. You may think you've stolen the light that binds this family together, but you've only made it stronger. Next week, we're coming for you. No, not doing it. We're coming to reclaim what is rightfully ours. Harper's going to say run, but then Orton says run. Harper's pissed. Yep. Fucking Natalia and Nikki are in the ring.
I didn't even watch this. I wasn't even going to waste my time.
Thankfully, it didn't fucking show bloody Nikki doing an impression of Carmella on her YouTube channel, because what the fuck was that?
Apparently, she's also using the STF now on house shows.
Yeah, I wonder why. That's the
Pretty
weirdest
much.
sexual groaning I could come up with, but fuck it. Nikki goes, I know you despise me, but I cannot hate you. I feel bad for you. You think this is about my looks, my TV show, or who I'm married to?
You're not married to him.
Who I'm dating, I guess. I'm sorry, I thought the wrong Bella. Yeah. Tried to build a brand on our name while Natty's living off the family name. Wait, she's a fucking drug addict?
Don't think
Get
that's
that
the
right.
case.
Get that right. She's a Neidhart, not a heart. Basically brings up how she uses a sharpshooter and Natalia's music. You were nothing to, you said I was nothing 2 weeks ago, Natalia, but you're the nothing of the Heart Foundation. And I'm going, what about fucking Cesaro? And Sting? Are they the fucking Heart Foundation?
Or I don't know. How
I'd
about
give that
Ricky?
a 4 out of 10.
How about Ricky Choshu, who came up with the move in the first place?
Yeah. Natalia goes, oh, you want to make this about my family? You're sick and selfish. You've been setting this up for weeks. And then showed the actual Brett tweet about Nikki. Because, yeah, they're burying Brett under the bus now.
Well, JBL started that.
Says, I don't want to know what Nikki did to get Uncle Brett to send out that tweet. Yeah. I'm better than Brett. Yeah. You got everything, Nikki, because of your sex appeal. No, she got everything because of sex. Of an oral variety. Probably with Michael Hayes. Somewhat shoot. Guessing.
Oh, wow. You said it, I didn't.
I said somewhat shoot guessing. That's the rumors.
Yeah, I heard that too, actually, but...
Trish, Lita, Ivory, everything back in the day. You know, beauty fades, and when that happens, John will leave you. And when he leaves you, you're going to die alone. What? Just like Brie was going to die alone in the womb?
Oh, God. Please don't remind me of that horrid
With
storyline.
Reed Flair? Yeah, bring all this shit up. Oh. Fucking hell. Fucking Dasher Prancer Dancer Blitzen backstage. Goes Dean. You know. Dean, you've got an Intercontinental title match coming up. Are you ready for it? No! He's just going to show up and go, oh, wait, I'm in a fucking title match?
He should have did that to mess with
Maiming! Yeah. Don't worry, Dasher. I'll make this simple. I think it's because, oh, yeah, because she fucked up saying she said international, I think.
Yeah, I heard this on Twitter. I didn't see this. I didn't see the rest of the show because, again, I was having technical issues.
I think she said intercontinent.
Yeah, she definitely messed up the word intercontinental.
Yeah, I'll make it simple. I'll take away the most important thing to Miz. And his wife, it is, and I think he did this on purpose, Intercontinental Champion. He made sure he stressed it. Like, there you go. Then we get a random segment with Gallagher saying, I took care of Daivari last week, and I'll continue on 205 Live by not facing him. We'll get to that. So next week, we get the tag title rematch with the Wyatts versus American Alpha. Nikki versus Natalia. And Cena versus Baron Corbin. And who knows, perhaps Apollo versus Ziggler.
That match
looking more fucking interesting the day and day it happens.
I think Ziggler Apollo is basically sounds like potential pre-show for the Rumble.
So they can still be in the Rumble.
Yep.
And then we have the title match, which is pretty damn good. Especially with the finish. Again, these referees not doing their job. Because Marie slaps Ambrose and the ref's going to disqualify Miz, but Ambrose is like, no! Just eject her and we'll keep this match going. Because in theory, if we're going on like, you know, the US title match from the night before, it should have been a DQ there and then. But nah, that's too easy.
I mean, it opens it up
Miz,
for storyline progression for them to overturn the decision.
Yeah. The refs distracted with Maurice, so Miz hits Dean with the title belt, but only gets a 2 count. So he goes for the skull crush. Dean counters it into dirty deeds. 1, 2, 3. And yep, Dean Ambrose is your new Intercontinental Champion. Which I think means he's held every belt. Technically.
Well, the interesting caveat about this, do you think they put the title on Ambrose, number 1, to put more heat on the feud with The Miz, and number 2, to free The Miz up to work with Daniel Bryan for not a title at WrestleMania?
Possibly.
Because you don't have to have the title on the line at Mania now. They can just do a straight up one-on-one match. Because did you watch?
I'm wondering now whether Ambrose might get into a feud with Harper once the Wyatts, you know, dissolve over the weeks and months.
Harper's already been Intercontinental Champion.
No, but I'm saying we have that match at Mania.
That wouldn't bother me.
The CZW match.
Yes. Dear God, give them weapons and let them fight.
We deliver, unlike fuck fucking Brock.
Well, why don't we just have, like, let's develop, after the Rumble, let's develop a blood feud between Ambrose and Harper over the title and let it culminate in an actual real stipulation match at WrestleMania between two guys that are going to tear the house down and tear each other apart, quite literally. I want to see that. Did you watch Talking Smack? Because obviously it's not something I was able to catch.
I did not, because, I didn't even see 205 live, but I've got what happened from it.
Do you have what happened on Talking Smack?
Some sleep. I'm guessing not a lot happened on Talking Smack.
So I have a little bit of notes here. Miz basically joins and said Renee calls him the former champion, asks how it feels. Miz blames Daniel Bryan for giving Ambrose the match because he didn't deserve it, and he only got it because Bryan is friends with Renee. And Miz said he shouldn't have lost. He should have lost by DQ because Maurice slapped Dean. He can't control the fact that his wife got hot that another woman slapped him in the face. Daniel says Miz lost because Dean's better than him. And Miz basically goes off on him and just yells at him, and he says it's a conspiracy against me, and it pretty much just ends the show. I wish I had more notes on that, but obviously
I know. So it's only one. It was only one little segment. Okay.
Yeah. So you said you didn't get a chance to watch 205?
I've seen clips of it from Tay Internet's YouTube stuff.
Right.
Rich Swann apparently isn't medically clear to compete, which I don't think he was supposed to be anyway. So Tajiri versus Maluta, from what I saw, was just old school Tajiri. I don't know whether he came out with his old music.
He did. He 100% did. And it basically was like a highlight reel of all his old high spots. Tarantula, handspring elbow, buzzsaw kick, match over.
Then afterwards, Billy Kendrick comes out. Yeah, welcome back. You haven't lost a step. You're better now than when we tore it up back in the day on SmackDown. You know what heights the division's going to go to. We need to get rid of the trash. But then when we've cut the crust off the turkey sandwich, I thought Thanksgiving was November. That's when turkey sandwiches happen. So Kendrick offers his hand. Tajiri shakes it. And green mist in the face. Whee!
Fun stuff.
Whee!
Neville promo.
Yeah, saying that Perkins would never have been champ if he was part of the division. People respect him, but no one cares about me. I've been discriminated. I'm sick of hearing all the hardship and struggles. What about mine? I've never been taken seriously, but it's because of how I talk and how I look. And when the system's broken, you create your own system. He doesn't care what anybody outside of England thinks about him. Good, because I fucking love you.
Nice.
Your 15 minutes of fame are over, TJ, because there can only be one king of the Indies, and that's Bryan Danielson. Oh, wait, that was 2001. Sorry, I was having a 15-year flashback. So then we get a Tony Nese video package because he's in action next against Jack Gallagher with Drew Gulak in a suit.
I approve Drew Gulak in a suit.
Of course, Daivari had to show up in this one and basically interfere, causing the DQ. And Daivari attacks him. So that's a thing. And then, fucking hell, Cedric's here saying, yeah, I didn't mean, I know you didn't mean for me to lose last night. And Alicia says, it's my fault. Cedric goes, no, you need to be more careful. Cut to Mustafa Ali versus Noam Dar. So Ali's like, I don't want to be typecast, I want to be the center of attention. Even though he wins with the 450 or the 054, as Aries would call it.
Yeah, the imploding 450.
Nothing happens with him because afterwards Dar just goes, oh no, fucking Dasha Prancer down to Blitzen. Says, how are things going to be for you in the new year? And he goes, I just need Lady Luck beside me. Cedric may not be man enough for Alicia Fox.
Of course.
And you're always welcome in my corner. Because he means his penis.
Oh my.
Foxy.
Oh my God.
It just gives me a chance to do a Scottish accent and say, Foxy. Choose Foxy. Choose a fucking big Foxy. Gonna have to get the lines from fucking The Choose Life from Trainspotting and just do it in somehow relevance to Alicia Fox.
Oh my God.
It wouldn't be shouting lager, lager, lager. It'd be shouting Foxy.
Wow.
So Tom Phillips is with TJ in the back and says, why did you challenge him? And Neville goes, I was complaining about, me being boring and ugly. Neville, you're just a bully. And sometimes you have to stand up to a bully and kick him in the face. Neville wins, so the bully won. Bully Ray won. Yeah.
Well, here's the question, Ashley. Is it any sort of coincidence that the former suicide of TNA is actually stealing DJ Zima Ion's gear? That has to be mentioned as well. I couldn't ignore the glasses. I just couldn't.
I always find it ironic that you've got a video game character in TJ Perkins taking on Pac-Man.
Well, don't forget TJ Perkins' gimmick in TNA was a video game character, so the circle of life is complete.
That was fucking low-key. And Daniels. And Kazarian before it was even fucking him.
Oh, I am aware.
And Mickey James.
As the Christopher Daniels historian of the Popcast Network, I would definitely know this.
Yeah, and it was Mickey James. And it was Ric Flair. And it was the Hardy Boys.
I do like the finish of this match. I like how I made the comment saying I don't want Neville using the red arrow because it's a babyface move. And then he started doing it to the lower back. And I'm like, okay, fine, I get it. That makes some sense. And then he started using the superplex. And now he's continuing to use continuing to lose the superplex. And I like that. Because this finish was amazing. I love this. So, Neville gets caught with the detonation kick, but he avoids it. Perkins goes for the TJP clutch, and he gets caught with basically a dangerous wheelbarrow suplex, pretty much a low waist German suplex. Looked vicious as all get out. Perkins heads up top, Neville crotches him, and then hits a superplex and wins. So I like this. I like this a lot. This evil gladiator Neville from the Drew Galloway land is amazing, and he needs to continue this. And then when Aries comes in, when he's back to compete again, oh, they're gonna fight to see who's the bigger heel.
Yeah.
That's 205 Live. We move on to Ashley. Crazy things happened at UFC this week.
Yeah.
To say the least.
I don't know what's the craziest. What happened on the pay-per-view? Or the fact that fucking Todd Grisham. We'll get to that. Fuck. So yeah. The show, I think, is what's technical term as being holy fuck.
Yes.
In quite a lot of senses.
Indeed.
So the pre-show match that was on Fight Pass must have made everybody want a refund because it was only one match, and the one that was happened turned into a no contest in the first round because Tim Means managed to land several knees to Alex Oliveira's head, who was considered a downed opponent by the referee. And obviously when you can't do anything. So because of that, the match becomes a no contest. Nobody wins. They just get the pay that they were supposed to. No win bonuses or anything like that. Then on the Fox Sports 1 card, Nico Price beat Brandon Fatch via a arm triangle choke submission late on in the first round. Also pretty late on in the first round, Alex Garcia beat Mike Pyle with a good old knockout punch. Then both of them were welterweights, as was the Oliveira Means no contest. Then Antonio Carlos Jr. beat Martin Vettori via unanimous decision in the middleweights. And then this was a catchweight fight. I think it was supposed to be bantamweight, I think. Can't remember off the top of my head. But this was a weird one. So Hendricks, the reason it was catchweight is because Hendricks couldn't make weight, which is unsurprising because he was only in action, I think, like a month or two back. So I'm surprised that he came back so soon. And the thing is, it could clearly be argued that he did pretty well. Except all three judges gave it 29-28 to his opponent, Neil Magny. And there was a lot of people, even including Dana, that were going, are these, I know we're in Nevada, but have these judges been to California and done a load of pop? Because, what most people saw and what the judges saw were completely fucking different things. I don't know what that was. Then we had another catchweight fight. I think, let me get my notes. Ray Borg failed to make weight. But he still managed to win against Louis Smolka unanimously. Dong Hyun Kim beat Tarek Safieddine via split decision. This was a weird one. The two judges gave it to Kim 2 rounds to 1. One of the judges gave it 0 rounds to 3 to him. So I don't know what that judge was doing. Then we had the first bantamweight match. TJ Dillashaw beating John Lineker. This was pretty clinical. It says a lot that it was a 30-26. So, yeah, one of the rounds was a 10-8. Full credit to Lineker for still staying up because he took a fucking beating badly. And Dillashaw rightfully can now be seen as a number 1 contender. Except something happened. The bantamweight title. Dominic Cruz against Cody Garbrandt. Cruz was doing a lot of good talking. Cody was trying to respond to it, failing, overreacting, and I was fearing what was going to happen here. Well, turned out there's fucking composed heads, because Cody had the fight of his career. Really exceptional. And the thing is, given how quirky some of the judges' scoring had been already in the night, the fact that Cody didn't really try in the 5th round was a bit concerning. But as it turned out, 2 of the judges gave it 3-2 with a 10-8 round, so technically 3-1 in terms of rounds. And then the other gave it 48-47, so it was just a plain 3-2. But yeah, Cody Garbrandt is the new Bantamweight champion. Afterwards, when they had the press conferences, Dominic Cruz got up and said, "The better man won tonight. I'm not frustrated about losing. Losses happen, wins happen, losses happen. I just deal with it, and I hope to get to fight him again." Very, very respectful. A big name on the card being very, very respectful. Keep that in mind. Because once we found out after 48 seconds of a fight, we found to some extent the true colors of Ronda Rousey. Ronda had barely done fuck all for this fight. Barely any interviews, and if they did, they were just like glimpses here and there. Saying that she can't without getting her belt back. Don't know what it's Ronda's fault, because the fucking cunt that's coaching her, I don't even know his name. But the best approach would be turning it into a boxing match. Despite the fact Ronda is a judo person who isn't known for good striking power with her arms, Amanda Nunes knocks fuckers out. So guess what happened? 48 seconds, TKO. The best meme that I've seen come from it is the original. Is it the original start for Streets of Rage 1?
I think so.
Or Street Fighter 2? I can't remember. I can't remember if it's Streets of Rage 2 or Streets of Rage 1 or whatever. With the person like throwing like the sideways punch, and it's basically Ronda Rousey getting beaten the fuck out of. So yeah, after the result, Ronda Rousey fucking leaves the ring and disappears. And Nunes afterwards basically says, what the hell, rightfully, what the hell was her coach thinking? That's why when she did her celebration afterwards, that's why she was doing the finger to her mouth, because a lot of the fans were booing her, because a lot of the fans were behind Rousey, because they actually paid money for it rather than actual fans. But after what happened, it's like they realized Ronda is not the power that she is. Bad luck, WWE. You'd have really hoped she'd won. The fact when she weighed in as well, she had a bloody lion mask on. And to be honest, with the win, she proved that she's the lion, to be quite honest. But yeah, she was it sounded in the heat of the moment, she was very sort of, she should just retire. She shouldn't be here, like in an angry way. But in the post-fight press conference, she was quite a lot more respectful. But at the same time, she wasn't being coaches and her trainers. She was basically telling them what they should have done to beat her. Because that's 2 straight fights that they've gone in saying, right, you need to have a boxing approach. Where clearly the boxing approach, just because she got 1 fucking fight against Misha Tate or whatever, when she knocked her out in 14 seconds, doesn't mean she now via a knockout. Up until that point, everybody was saying she has to win by an armbar or some sort of submission, because that's how every fight had gone. This coach, I think, actually thinks, well, because she's got a knockout, she has to win everyone by knockout. She isn't Connor. In terms of the bonuses, Cody Garbrandt and Dominic Cruz got Fight of the Night, so they got $50,000 each. Performances of the night went to Amanda Nunes for her knockout of Ronda, and also Alex Garcia on the prelim card for his knockout punch in the first round as well. Worth noting as well, the final attendance was 18,533, which is a UFC record for the state of Nevada, despite the fact there's been 107 events there previously. Ronda's fight purse equals the highest in history, which was Conor McGregor's figures from UFC 202. And it is worth noting that his 205 purse is widely known as the higher one, even though no value has been given to it, because the New York Athletic Commission don't release the purses from events held in their jurisdiction. But this is the thing. Ronda Rousey was like, I don't care about the money. You know how much Ronda got paid for the fight, Owen, for 48 seconds?
I looked into it, but I don't recall off the top of my head.
$3 million. She made more fucking money than I think the rest of the entire card.
I buy that. She was the draw, though.
Yeah, but for what happened, you know, that's, I can't even be bothered to divide it. But that's like, what? Close to $100,000 a second?
Pretty much.
And you remember, she did no publicity, so she didn't earn her money there. You know, she barely did any publicity. She didn't want anything to do with it. You know, she's got so much money, she might as well retire. Unless she's spending it all on hookers and blow, like most celebrities do.
The question is, what is she going to do?
Who knows? Because the more and more she fights in UFC and loses, the more and more nobody's going to give a shit about her. The thing is, you know, you say what's she going to do, because obviously, you know, she's been on a losing streak. Or, you know, her star has waned.
Right.
I think Gina Carano's done well since her retirement. You know, was it Haywire and Deadpool? Obviously, Ronda's had the Fast and Furious stuff. And the Expendables, and then the rumored Expendables, which I don't even know what's happening with that. Hell, Holly Holm and like Misha Tate were in like a movie of their own where they were just doing stuff. And Paige Van Zant's getting tons of offers. Ronda, in theory, should be okay. If she went to the E, though, I think there's a lot of people that would try and sort of resent her. I don't know. Yeah, actually looking at it, the figures that I've got, the total disclosed payout was basically $4.7 million. So basically 2/3 of it was just one fighter.
And I guess we got new Brock news as well, as of today.
Yeah. He won't be going back to the UFC for at least another 9 months.
Yep.
Because he got banned by USADA for a year. I think it's from the date of the positive test. So I think that's like July or August-ish.
Sounds about right.
So yeah, you won't be seeing him there soon. Also, because I was going to mention it, turns out Mike Goldberg made his debut at UFC at the UFC Japan show in 1997. So 19 plus years. And the thing is, he could have been very emotional when he did his thing, but he just said the names and said, you'll always be brothers to me, guys. Until the next time, see you around, everybody. He didn't use the inside the octagon line because obviously, he was gone. But very, very classy. And then the news came through this week that Joe Rogan's partner now is gonna be bloody Todd Grisham. Apparently.
That's crazy.
I'm not getting my hopes up. A lot of the MMA people think it's a good choice. Problem is, I'm just thinking back from the WWE days, so. Which is weird, because actually, he wasn't that bad of a commentator, was he?
No.
When he was doing the Smackdown stuff as lead commentator, he wasn't too bad. So much so that, was it ESPN that picked him up?
Yeah, I believe so.
Or was it Fox? I can't remember. Some sports thing picked him up to do hosting of stuff. And now, full circle, he's going to be back in lots of people's homes, except it probably more often than not it's going to be pay-per-view. Makes his debut on the next show, which is the Fight Night next weekend, January 15th. Or no, January 14th, I guess. No, it's a Sunday show, I think, so it is 15th. And also, before I forget to mention, also coming up later this month, it won't just be UFC we'll have to be talking about, because I noticed the main event of Bellator in a couple of weeks. I think it's the 22nd. Just find the list of dates. Oh, 21st, Saturday the 21st. The main event of Bellator, I can't remember what number it is Chael Sonnen versus Tito Ortiz.
Wow.
There's two big-ass names going one-on-one. The week before the Rumble. / Spirit Awards.
Yep, that's exactly right.
And then I think there's another one February 18th, which is the return of Fedor Emelianenko, or Emelianenko. I can never really pronounce it. I just say Fedor because most people know because there's only one person called. Yeah. Fedor's fighting like February 18th, which is like the day before one of the UFC shows. I don't know if it's a fight night or a pay-per-view. Probably a fight night because I think the pay-per-view is like the week before. I don't think there's any other Mama news.
Okay, let's go to Lucha.
Which is entitled Evil Rising, so I was getting flashbacks to last night's never open-weight 6-man tag match. So previously, the Mac, bunnies, and spiders. So we get Mill in the temple or somewhere in his own sort of little temple warehouse saying, I don't understand. Why is Prince Puma alive? And Katrina appears from out of nowhere and goes, it's Vamp. He dabbles in the dark side. If you want to get to Puma, you've got to take him out. And she disappears. And Mill is contemplating. Suddenly cut to backstage in the corridors where Crane is, and Katrina appears. And Crane goes, "Wow, did you not see what happened last week? You didn't see what I did? I was the one that beat your love." And she goes, "I do not love Mill." And she disappears. And Crane is like, "Rah." So now I'm trying to work out, who the fuck does she love? So now we've got Mariposa versus Sexy Star as our first match. Sexy Star, who according to Matt Striker, smashed the glass ceiling. She better clean it up. Because she didn't. Pretty good. This was a pretty good match. Nowhere near as good as the No Mask match, but it says a lot that this is a match with shoot cheerleader Melissa. And it was still crap. The more and more I'm seeing a Sexy Star, the more and more I'm realizing, why the hell was I excited for her winning months and months and months ago?
Because you knew it was going to change the landscape.
It's like she... Well, which didn't help, because the next day they changed the title back.
Right.
Okay, you know, next week in terms of people actually watching it on television. But the fact that some of the people, you know, because I'm guessing there probably were some people that managed to get tickets to both shows. Not very many, because of how sought after they apparently are. But some people saw her win and were like, "Oh, wow." And then immediately kiboshed because she lost the next night. Yeah, bloody, oh no. Anyway, it was a double stomp off the top. Not onto a table. That got Sexy Star the win. And we have no clue about the fucking spider shit. So, Marty consoles Mariposa in the ring after what happened. Grabs her by the throat and chokeslams the fuck. Yeah, that happened. The best bit is Striker was just like, WTF. And I bet King Ross is going, "Don't steal my fucking gimmick, even though you shot this before WTF moments became a thing." Oh. So now we're backstage with Masquerita Sagrada training on the bars. The thing is, the bar looked like it had 400 pounds on. I don't think Masquerita Sagrada's 67.
He's not Ric Flair.
And the rabbits come in. Or the rabbit tribe. And they go, "Oh my God. It's the little white rabbit we've been told to follow. You are our God. We want you to be at ringside to watch us, Master." And fucking Sagrada's just like, "You guys are crazy, man. You guys are crazy." And walks off. So we then go into the Rabbit Tribe, which is Male Suerte, Salvador, or Saltador, sorry, and Paul London, because he can't be Mexican, versus the Lizards. I guess that's what you can call it. So it was Cobra Moon, Pindar, and allegedly he's called Vibora. Vibora sounds like it's a fucking condom sold by Durex. So, you know what? Luchasaurus is fucking better. especially when you look at his mask and he looks like a fucking frog. It looks like a frog that's been genetically modified with a Wyatt family mask. That's the best I can come up with. Either way, no. So originally it's supposed to be Cobra Moon, but Cobra Moon has brought along Drago, chained round the neck, and says, "Drago, it should be you." Before the match can start, however, we have ads. One of which is a Slim Jim commercial with somebody dressing up like a lucha wrestler and somebody dressing up like Johnny Mundo. Then they snap into a Slim Jim. From out of nowhere, Johnny Mundo comes in and says, "I hope you left one for me." And it's like, the fuck was that commercial? You know, come back, Randy Savage, all's forgiven. Anyway, during the actual match of the Rabbits and the Lizards, Drago at first sort of doesn't want to get involved, but over the course of time, really gets involved, actively wants to tag them in the other Lizards. I guess he's going back to his old role that he was forced to do. You know, he's in like a trance-like effect, doing all this stuff, and you know, they get the win. And they go to chain him up again, only for Phoenix and Aerostar to try and make the save, which they do. So it's like Phoenix is going for a code breaker, but he basically lifts him up. He powers him up before he can hit it. Only for Aerostar to drop kick Luchasaurus in the back, allowing, you know, the momentum to allow Phoenix to hit it. And they manage to free Drago from the chain and grab him and say, "Look, we're together." Apparently, Drago's been brainwashed. So he has no clue who these fuckers are. They grab him, but the uncertainty is still there. You know, I can certainly sense that something's going to happen. Now we cut to Sexy Star, and she's going to check on the Mac. You know, he gives her props for sorting out Mariposa, and she gives him the pep talk or whatever for tonight. And Mac says, "You know, let's be honest. After what happened last time, I want to prove I can do it on my own as well. So I don't want you to be at ringside for me." And even Sexy Star was like, "That's stupid." Even though she said exactly the same fucking thing. And Mac knew that what she said last week, and somehow he wants to do the same, thinking stuff's going to be any different. Spoilers at end. However, there's then a twist. Dario's in the back, meeting up with Mac, and says, "Oh, you're looking forward to your match? You're looking forward to match tonight, Mr. Mac. Can I call you that?" He says, "After tonight, you can call me Lucha Underground champion." And Dario goes, "Well, about that. Tonight's match isn't for the Lucha Underground title. It's actually a stipulation match. Whoever wins gets to pick the stipulation for their opponent next week for the mid-season finale." And Matt goes, "You a gambling man, Dario?" And he goes, "Occasionally. One thing you know, always bet on Mac." I'm going, why the fuck didn't you say black? Mainly because you're the only black person on that bloody roster. Jesus. So we get Mundo versus Mac. Pretty damn good match. Except, of course, guess what? Who knew? The bloody International Underground interferes. And as they interfere, Mundo hits a low blow on him. And gets the free count. And then the TJ and Jack pulled him down, the Mac, on the ring. He goes, "You're just a lazy piece of crap, aren't you? Yeah. You can't even last 10 minutes. You know. The next time we face, we're going all night long." So I'm going, okay, we're having like a 60-minute Iron Man match then? No, the stipulation is this match is an all night long match. As in, the match starts when the program starts and the match ends when the program ends. I have no fucking clue what this is. I don't think anybody has a fucking clue what this fucking is. Is it just a nod to Rich Swann? I don't know. And then all of a sudden, Mil Muertes shows up. And it's like, oh, well, you know, he wants a shot at the title. The only reason he lost it was because of Matanza. Or because of the interference of the whatever it was in the match for Aztec Warfare 2, I guess. So he comes out and then just clothesline the shit out of Vampiro. Beats the crap out of him, drags him into the ring, and Puma shows up and gets up on the apron and says, "Help him now! Help him!" And Vamp's just like, "No! Don't do what he says, Puma." And finishes him off. Basically choke slams him or whatever. And that's where we end. I don't want to play to be continued because that's a bit of a fucking anticlimax. Because that all night long match stipulation for next week is going to be fucking confusing. Also, considering there's a mid-season break next week, that'll be the more relevant time to play Yes.
Makes sense. And we move on to NXT.
Yeah. WWE NXT. You know, most of these special shows are subtitled. This one's subtitled, "We're showing you shit because we want you to watch New Japan." Because on this match, there was nothing anywhere near as good as what we got last week with DIY and Tozawa and Tajiri.
I mean, DIY versus TN61 was good.
Yeah, but again, like last week, most of the show's shit.
Right.
You know, they didn't treat it as if it was an actual special. They just stuck a fucking camera there and went, "Look, we're filming it." I don't know what happened on the card because I was watching Lucha.
I can tell you.
Mm-hmm.
First off, they showed 5 matches. We had the Revival defeating Tino Sabatelli and Riddick Moss. Tino looks like Jesse Goddard's. Riddick Moss loves fall away slams. and Scott Dawson was wearing Dr. Death Steve Williams boots. Revival were over as the faces because the crowd just didn't really care. The only people that seem to care about Moss and Sabatelli as a team were people in Full Sail. And even then, it's a hard sell. Yeah, there's really not much of this match. Dash and Dawson, they have heel miscommunication. Moss rolls him up. And Dash with a blind tag. Moss gets hit with the Shatter Machine, and that's the end of that. So, up next, we had Bobby Roode with his Terry Taylor robe, teaming up with Elias Sampson with the greatest X-Pac heat in the history of our sport, taking on hometown boy Buddy Murphy and his Australian gear and the Perfect 10 Ty Dillinger. I like how obviously the whole thing about every time Dillinger does something, the crowd chants 10. At one point in the match, Bobby Roode did a 10 punch, and they chanted 1. That was interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Not much to that. Roode gets caught with a super kick from Ty. Hot tag Buddy Murphy. I never thought I'd say that. Elias Sampson tags in, and he basically ends up hitting a tope con hilo on the Roode after botching a Hurricane Rana. Blind tag to Dillinger. Sampson's legal. Dillinger's legal. Tiebreaker 1, 2, 3. It was okay for what it was. 3-way between Billy Kay, hometown girl, got the Bailey chant. The hey, hey, Billy, will you be my girl? And she didn't really like that very much. Ember Moon got a good reaction. Liv Morgan got crickets, or less than crickets in this case. It was fine when it was Ember and Billy. It was really awkward when it was Liv Morgan. Liv does a leapfrog over Ember Moon, which she barely clears into, I guess, was supposed to be a Fez press. It didn't look good.
It's supposed to be.
Supposed to be.
Just the one supposed to be.
Billy hit the Kurt Cobain or the Eat Defeat, depending on who's calling your match on Ember. Billy got backdropped over the top rope onto Ember, like Swanton style. But she hit the apron first, the lower back, and she was pretty much taken out for that. Ember ended up hitting a springboard into a 180 flying body press, and it didn't look very good. Billy with a power bomb onto Liv Morgan. They set up a Tower of Doom spot, and when she got the power bomb, of course, Ember comes off with a Bad Moon Rising, and the best sell I've ever seen of this move. Like, Billy had to leap at least 10 feet in the air. It just looked great. That's all I can say about that. The real main event, NXT Tag Titles, DIY defending against TM61. Really good stuff here. Solid 15-minute match. We got to the finish here. Stereo Tower of Doom spot. Thornton to super kick. He got caught with a lariat from Ciampa. Project Ciampa. Miller breaks it up. Gargano and Miller are trading forearms. He hits a step up Enziguri kick. Miller with a forearm. Ducks the roll-up kick. Deadlift into a Blue Thunder for a near fall. Gargano avoids Miller's charge. Tags Ciampa in. They knock Thorne off the apron for good measure and hit the super kick knee strike to get the win. They all celebrated with each other after the match was over. It looked really good. Next week, we're back in Orlando at Full Sail. Technically, that's not Orlando. It's Winter Park, but still. Winter Park for Full Sail University, back with NXT tapings. Asuka will be there. The Revival will face DIY in the rematch. And they showed Joe Nakamura in the cage. Obviously, they didn't show the Spinal Tap moment where the cage got stuck, which I wish they would have. Obviously, they didn't. They went about 18 minutes. Some decent stuff here, but nothing memorable. It's just a house show main event, and it just happened to be in a cage. So Joe got the Coquina clutch locked on. Nakamura walked up the buckles, Bret Hart style, broke free, hits a sliding knee, and double down. Nakamura covers, gets a near fall, goes to climb out over the top. Joe stops him with a couple of right hands, goes for the muscle buster, the one that defeated Finn Balor the last time they were in a cage. And Nakamura fights him off, slams Joe into the steel. Joe falls off onto the canvas, and Nakamura with the Kinshasa, and Nakamura tries to escape, and Joe goes to get up, and he closes the door instead, hits another one, and a third right after Joe goes for the lariat, and that's the end of that.
Indeed.
Nothing really you can say. It sucks. I mean, this NXT show was pretty lackluster compared to last week.
Before we get to any other wrestling, I need to get this out of the way because I don't want to include it in the news. But I sort of do want to mention it. I sent you a couple of pictures, Owen.
Yes, you did. I heard about this, but it wasn't in my news.
Fucking... Somebody's desperate for fucking news. That's what I tell you.
Yeah, that doesn't look like anything.
Yeah, so basically, the Sun newspaper in the UK got a call, apparently, or some sort of message. Parent seeing a toy in a shopping centre and said, quote, I spotted the mask in store in November when with my son, but obviously had no idea why I was so interested in it. I even asked his mother, who was with us, to take a look. I said to her, think of a serial killer. I showed her the mask, and in an instant she said, the Yorkshire Ripper. The mask looks nothing like the actual WWE wrestler, and I've shown a close-up of the mask to friends, and they all say the Yorkshire Ripper. Well, if you tell them, think of a fucking serial killer, of course they are. Also, as I've shown Owen the pictures, and you can find them yourself, just Google search Roman Reigns mask and muscles set and Peter Sutcliffe, which is the name of the Yorkshire Ripper. They look nothing fucking alike.
It's true.
You know, the mask looks like the serial killer. It doesn't look like the wrestler. Does he watch the fucking wrestling?
Nope.
Does he actually watch it? Or does he just blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. So, fucking, ladies and gentlemen, this was your cunt of the week.
Oh, God.
And it might not be a running trend, but this stupid cunt, you know, I hope they didn't pay him for this. Because it looks nothing like Jack the Ripper.
No, it doesn't.
Unless the kid that's got the mask on has got a fucking afro. Jeez. Wouldn't be saying that about John Cena if he looked like a serial killer, would they? They go, oh, it's John Cena. Ugh.
So, real quick, I guess we can talk about the last year-end show for Ring of Honor.
Yeah, surprisingly not a huge amount happened, somewhat sadly.
Yeah, I mean, they did a lot, but they did 3 matches on the show.
Well, sort of.
Well, okay, highlights of 3 matches on the show.
Yeah, first off, they showed the highlights from the No Rules match in San Antonio between War Machine and Shane Taylor and Keith Lee, which Shane has signed with Ring of Honor, has he, full time?
That is correct.
Has Keith, do we know?
Nothing I'm aware of.
But yeah, it's not too bad of a match. The remnants of what we do see, especially because Hansen suicide dive goes through Kevin Kelly. Poor guy. But yeah, Keith Lee got the win with a powerbomb through the table on Raymond Rowe. So after that, we then get brief highlights of Ladder War 6. And the Bucks are saying 2016 was a great year, you know. Adam Cole joined the club. We did Ladder Wars. We sold thousands and thousands of T-shirts. Oh, and we're still tag champs. So then we had some Women of Honor highlights. The good match between Sumi Sakai and Deonna Purrazzo, and the fucking terrible no DQ match between Mandy Leon. Thank God from it. Then they had a look back at Adam Cole joining the Bullet Club, and then showed somewhat full coverage of Cole winning the Ring of Honor World title at Death Before Dishonor, which we don't have to cover because we did it before.
Yes, we did.
That's the only one that we had that, well, certainly Owen had seen of the three.
Right.
Ladder War was incredible, but you know, it felt a bit crap in comparison to what we sat through.
Yes.
A few days later, depending when we saw it. Oh.
Let's talk about some news real quick. TV tapings next week at Center Stage in Atlanta. Tickets are still available as far as I know right now.
Is Cole on them? Oh, sorry, O'Reilly.
Last time I checked, he was, but let me check to see if he still is. Doesn't help.
Logically, I would thought it'd have to be, otherwise
he's there.
It makes it a bit awkward.
So, Ring of Honor news. I talked about it earlier. Adam Cole is now a 3-time champion. He has become champion in Ring of Honor more times than anybody in the history of the company, besting Jay Lethal, Austin Aries, Jay Briscoe, who all had 2 reigns. It was announced officially Bobby Fish is now re-signed with Ring of Honor. I thought that was
Bobby's still there, but everybody else isn't.
Well, Jay Lethal has got a new 2-year deal. Obviously, we know the Bucks re-signed. Chris Daniels has a long-term contract. And apparently, rumor has it there's big things coming for him. So that idea I had with giving Daniels the title after everything he's done for the company is probably going to happen this year. Adam Cole's contract expires in April. The Briscoes expire in June. And we already mentioned what's going on with Kyle O'Reilly. He is scheduled for Ring of Honor shows in 2017, but that's about it. So
I believe Hansen is also a possibility of leaving, isn't he?
Yes. Well, actually, Rowe makes more sense, honestly, than Hansen.
Yeah, but I think that Rowe, the thing about Rowe, that he had to get surgery.
Right.
To do herniated discs in order to be considered. He hasn't done anything about it.
No.
So he ain't going, I'd have thought. Hansen's just relocated to Florida, though. That's why some people are thinking there could be something into it. Also, somebody that worked on Wrestle Kingdom that doesn't have a Ring of Honor contract, Adam Page.
Yep.
I did like the fact I did see a tweet from Elgin. Apparently, this is just the start of it. There's even more people we're not even thinking about that are gone.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting year for Ring of Honor this year, I really think. So this brings us to our news. Let me get
briefly talk TNA and
that was going to be
sports stuff first.
That was going to be the first thing we discuss. I actually have TNA news, so yeah, let's talk about TNA. Their final show of the new year,
which was somewhat of a highlight show, and if people were excited for what was to come, they sort of shouldn't be. So, although I will say it was the usual crazy stuff that happened, that there was no new wrestling in this at all. So we're at the compound. Vanguard 1's getting drunk off Senor Benjamin's mojitos. And Matt's like, it's time to reflect upon the year of 2016. So then we get the 12 Days of Deletion carol from Queen Rebecca. And Matt gets to scribe and tells him that the 7 deities will reveal the gender of the new baby. So apparently this baby's actually fucking real.
Mm-hmm.
Holy shit. So they show Matt losing to EC3 in the World Title Series, which I'm pretty sure wasn't in 2016. Oh, no, it was. Yeah. I vaguely remember now. Yeah, it was like the first show of the year or whatever. So we go back to come back from commercial. Senor Benjamin's beating Vanguard 1 at chess. But Vanguard 1 don't care as long as he gets lit.
I'm telling you, Vanguard 1 is just the stuff of greatness.
So Matt's asking Queen Rebecca and King Maxwell if they're excited to learn the gender of the new Hardy baby. And then Senor Benjamin asks Vanguard 1, do you want to go for a walk? So Matt and Senor and Vanguard go for a walk. Vanguard, though, is so drunk that he just flies off and crashes. Senor thankfully manages to cover for him to hide that he's drunk and tells him to get it together, man. So then we got the last man standing match that Matt put his career on the line for, which was the double turn. With the wrench from the diaper bag. Oh. To get the title. So Matt and Co knock on Brother Nero's front door, but he's not there. So Vanguard 1 sweeps the property, but finds Willow. And Matt goes, where is Brother Nero? And Willow's like, oh, I'll get him. And then it's Itchweed. Matt's like, I need Brother Nero. Not you, Itchweed, nor Willow. And Itchweed goes, I will summon him. So then they show highlights of the I Quit match that the Hardys had, along with the Full Metal Mayhem match from Slammiversary. Then we show the final deletion, where Matt claims sole ownership of the Hardy name, forever deleting Jeff. So now we're back present day. Matt's found Brother Nero and has brought him back to the Dome of Deletion and describes what he did for him by taking away everything that he was and makes him roll the table he put him through into a pile of rubbish outside. And says, Brother Nero, you have repaid your debt and helped me reclaim the tag team titles. I reward you by restoring everything I've taken from you and offer you the ability to reclaim everything, even your name. So Vanguard 1 restores the essence of Jeff Hardy and the 7 deities set the relics on fire. What?
Just let it happen, Ashley.
I know. That's why I love it. So then they show the delete and decay stuff, trying to kidnap Maxwell. And then, flash forward to the Great War. So then we're back with Matt and Jeff. Jeff standing by a fire, and Matt asks Jeff, would you like it to be a boy or a girl? And Jeff says, hey, if it's a boy, it's the next generation of the Hardy Boys, the greatest tag team in all of time and space. But either way, you will be blessed, man. So then they recap Apocalypto. We come back to Cameron. And then Matt has a premonition. And the 7 deities are about to reveal the gender of the child at the volcano. And the volcano emits blue smoke. We've elected a pope. No, hang on. It's a boy. Maxor is going to have a baby brother. The next generation of the Hardys are here. And Vanguard 1 will be the child's godfather. Will he make him an offer he cannot refuse? And that was TNA. Oh, God.
All right. Well, while we're on that, I actually have some TNA news. It was.
Yes.
Oh no! I'll actually get to that last. So it was announced via a podcast called the 2-Man Power Trip of Wrestling that Stevie Richards and Raven were supposed to be involved with Apocalypto.
Okay.
But Raven decided not to go that direction. Apparently, he says, I would have outdone Shane Helms because I have at least 10 other characters, the BWO, the Ness. I would have put on the white shirt and tie, done all the different characters. I would have fell into that lake of incarnation like 6 times.
Yeah.
That would have been amazing. There's a report saying that Deonna Purrazzo is going to be at TNA's Impact tapings this week.
Oh, that'd complicate La Luchadora.
This is very true. I will get to those tapings I want to mention right now. So TNA is going to start filming starting in Universal tonight. They're filming 12 episodes of Impact, Explosion, and a one-night-only pay-per-view, which is going to be airing live to tape this Friday. So tomorrow. The one-night-only pay-per-view will be available via pay-per-view outlets and the Fight TV app, and also some more information on that. So the Thursday tapings will start live at 7 p.m., so it's tape delay. Friday at 7 p.m. will be the one-night-only actual tapings for the pay-per-view. Saturday will be tapings at 1 and 7. Sunday at 1 and 7. Monday, they're doing pre-tapes for the talent, but they're not doing anything for the live crowd. Tuesday will be at 6, Wednesday at 6, and Thursday at 6. So, yeah, if you want to be able to check out TNA and you are fortunate enough to be in the Orlando area, go out. Honestly, I had a great time going to see TNA, and I think it's a really awesome product to watch live. You get really wrapped up in everything. Hulu announced today the CBS Corporation will be joining their company's new live television streaming service launching later this year. And that means that TNA fans will get Pop TV available on Hulu. On Hulu. Not Hulu. Hulu. I don't know why.
I've just checked the Fight app. There is no pay-per-view listed for Friday.
Oh, God.
Yep. Fucking happening.
So, according to P. Windsor, TNA is still talking Alberto Del Rio. The contract started September 9th, following Del Rio's release. They haven't signed a deal yet, and they're not trying to make any roster changes until after these set of tapings are over. It's unlikely Del Rio will debut, but it's not out of the question.
Trust me, they'll find some way.
Anthem Sports and Entertainment, all their officials feel they need to get through this week's tapings and make it to March. Jeff Jarrett is visiting family, and Jeff Jarrett and family are visiting Florida right now on vacation. So potentially Jeff Jarrett could be involved in one way or another. TNA announced Eddie Edwards is facing a mystery opponent in the match on Impact tomorrow, or today in this case, later tonight. The speculation is Eddie Edwards will be facing Davey Richards.
Makes sense, considering guess who just came back.
Exactly. Eddie is defending against his Wolves partner would make sense given the fact that Davey has went on record saying 2017 will be his final year in the wrestling business.
Probably.
And the news that Ashley's excited about.
Oh God.
Anthem Sports Entertainment formally announced today they've entered into an agreement to acquire majority shares and control of TNA Impact Wrestling, and they've announced a new role for Dixie Carter. Anthem created Anthem Wrestling Exhibitions, LLC, as a result of the agreement. Ed Nordholm will serve as the president of the new group, and Dixie Carter will now be on the advisory board for Fight Media Group with a minority equity stake.
Yes! That's the best word in the English language. Advisory. Parental advisory. The Gorillas of Destiny say fuck her. Oh my God. I didn't think she'd actually fucking let it go.
Well, that's what we've
but
got.
The cold never bothered her anyway.
Dear God. Let's talk World of Sport before we move on.
TNA should be saying, if TNA was an actual person rather than a physical thing of a company, it'd be going, free at last! Free at last! I'm trying to think, I'm trying to think of the timeline with when Dixie bought it. Would it actually be 12 Years a Slave?
Oh, God.
Ever since she was there and in charge, it's not been very good. Even though sometimes, back in the heyday of like 07 and 08, there were some great matches. She was still shoveling some good shit out. Then just more of the shit stuck. I should play a Happy Days, but What's up?
World of Sport.
Yeah. I've mellowed out since I saw this. Because at the time I was like, what the shit is this shit? But it wasn't too bad. Viewership apparently was absolutely crap. In terms of live viewership, there was only about 1.5 million viewing. Whereas some people were thinking it could be at least double that. Because there wasn't that much on at the same time. Something that I was worried about when I saw the notes was that Max Beasley played the authority figure. And when I saw this person, I was like, why the shit has he put on a crap ton of makeup and made himself look 30 years older? And then I realized from reading notes, the actor I'm thinking about, his dad is also called Max. So this guy was actually a real guy. So all that time I was thinking he was a fake guy. He wasn't. But I like the fact that, he's the guy that brought it all together. And I'm like, look, we've had enough of fucking authority figures. Can we not just have a wrestling show? So basically, it starts off with Grado. Of course it does. And, they're basically saying, we need to crown a champion. All the publicity says by the end of the night, the first champion in 30 years will be crowned. Spoilers, the very first match of the show is for the title. Anyway, basically, Grado has to take on Dave Mastiff. If you know Dave Mastiff, he's a big, large fuck. He's a BLF. He's not a BFG. He's a BLF. Thanks to some interference from Shea Samuels and Johnny Moss. And this was part of the thing that fucking pissed me off. Guys that are heel, some cases are working face, and some guys that are face are working heel. Who knows? So, basically, via foul play and shenanigans, and was crowned the champ. So then they established the matches on the rest of the show. The winners would be entered into a battle where the winners or the winner would then take on the champion at the end of the night. So we've had about 3 main events in the show. It was also, and I might as well mention it here, why the fuck is Kevin Dunn doing the camera work for this shit? Because we kept doing fucking audience shots. We kept doing missing fucking spots. There was one spot later on with a match with Zach Gibson and El Ligero where Zach swung El Ligero into the commentary desk because it's actually sort of like a proper sort of desk. Camera guy decided to get a fucking shot of the crowd. And you heard like an almighty thud. Didn't see it. So angles were missed. We kept doing crowd shots. We kept doing zoom in, zoom out sort of shots. Like it's as if ITV watched WWE and said we can do that, thinking that's what people wanted, which it isn't. There's plenty of British wrestling companies. ICW, Rev Pro, Person City Wrestling, Fight Club Pro. Plenty of others I'm probably not even thinking of the top of my head that do a much better, Progress, do a much better job. It's just, obviously, their sort of stuff is more for the aficionados rather than the fans. There was one girl in this crowd. For some reason, they gave them foam fingers as if it was an episode of the UK version of Gladiators from the 90s. I don't get that. But there's this one girl. I don't know. She must have been like 7 or 8. What's the Bailey girl called? Owen?
What do you say?
What's the Bailey girl called?
What Bailey girl?
Bailey's #1 fangirl.
Oh, Izzy.
Izzy, yeah.
Yeah.
This 7 or 8-year-old that's in this crowd would eat fucking Izzy's heart, her eyes, her liver, and maybe her fingernails, and then say, "Thank you, sir, may I have another?" I think this kid may have been on crack cocaine. She was that fucking on edge. She was so excited. Makes Izzy look like, a choir boy. Christ. That's the other thing. When they kept going to the great thing is they did this girl. She was just like, yeah. And then there were some other people in the crowd that were just watching, like, bored. They weren't looking at their phones. I will give them that. Also, the best thing to know, every time that they said that the thing was for one fall, the announcer left a pause. So, of course, the fans went one fall because that's what we do in British wrestling. Producers came out, no, you can't do that. So what it became was one fall, and then there was just shh, as if it were doing a chop spot. Yeah, and that was the stupid thing that, the announcer always left a pause after one fall. He didn't think of like, oh, let's just keep talking to stop them going one fall to make it effective. Also, for a minute, I actually thought the TNA entrance was happening with the ring because they had a giant screen on the one side where the commentary desk was, which, by the way, the commentary desk was about the size of a wrestling ring in width. It was ludicrously big. Aside from that, the matches were okay to very good. Kenny Williams won the 4-way ladder match, which had some nice spots, beating Sam Bailey, CJ Banks, and Danny Hope. The Coffey Brothers beat Rampage Brown and Ashton Smith. Here was the twist. We had Alexis Rose versus Viper. So Alexis Rose, who's known for being heel on the indies, and Viper as a face. Except Viper comes out with a snake because, yeah, she's Jake the Snake Roberts, isn't she? Because her name's Viper. But she did the job of squashing the person. Squashing Rose. Basically setting herself up, if you know the English scene of a Klondike cake, sort of beat the shit out of people. The most surprising thing to note, Klondike Kate was fighting blokes every week when she was wrestling. She wasn't fighting women. Apparently, the Viper Alexis Rose match is the first women's match ever in the history. And people are saying, oh, women fighting on television's never happened before. Turns out we fucking did it before you even paid attention, you cunt. And before I existed. So, Then we had El Ligero versus Zach Gibson, which was really good because it's Zach Gibson, who's, I'm surprised he hasn't been lined up for other things. And El Ligero, who, of course, is El Ligero. So then after that, we had the Battle Royal, except they kept calling it a Battle Royale. And I'm going, 1, it hasn't got cheese in it. And 2, I'm pretty sure we haven't got Japanese kids to kill. I'm pretty sure it's called a Battle Royal. Not Royale. With an E. So the people in it were the previous winners, Kenny Williams, the Coffeys, El Ligero, and Grado. Also added in were Johnny Moss and Shea Samuels because I guess they wanted to fucking wrestle. And then a mystery 8th person who turned and throughout the show they kept talking about British Bulldog, British Bulldog, British Bulldog. Turns out the 8th person, who might have been good to do fucking publicity for the thing because they didn't show him on the poster even, was Harry Smith, aka Davey Boy Smith Jr. And they kept calling him the new British Bulldog. And I'm like, no. Dynamite Kid will get up out of his wheelchair and fucking break your back, Jim Ross, just to see, that, you know how it feels. I don't know. Jim Guess who was with Jim Ross on commentary, Owen?
Who's that?
Fucking Alex Shane. He gets everywhere, the bastard.
Wow.
Christ. I think he was part of this. He's trying to make money. Because, One Pro Wrestling died like 10 years ago. So, yeah, he comes in and then gets eliminated. So they're trying to push him as a special thing, and he basically does bugger all. Grado manages to win the Rumble. So, basically, we just have a rematch of the first match of the night. So, why, except, I think Shea and Moss attacked his leg, and then a couple of paramedics came out to check on him. So then we had the title match. Mastiff came out and said, Grado is stupid. And of course, they kept doing the what chants. So Mastiff just went, ignorant, idiot, ignoramus. He kept doing the whole, coming up with lines just to try and count them out. It says, ref, start counting. Because Grado's in no fit state to compete. Here comes Grado. Paramedics trying to stop him getting in the ring. Because apparently doing American angles like that wouldn't happen. Also, I swear, and I might be wrong on this, the male paramedic of the two, I think, is El Ligero without the mask. I don't know. The head looked a lot like him, the body shape looked a lot like him, except obviously he had a bit more clothes on. So those of you that have seen it, tell me if I'm right or not, if you think. Either way, thanks to some sort of shenanigans, like managing to, I think Grado somehow managed to drop Mastiff on the turnbuckle, so he basically low-blowed himself. And Grado won and got the World of Sport title. And that was the end of the show. And it's like, I don't know whether I want to see a series of this, because it was too WWE and it was too weird, but at the same time, it was actually television. It's a shame, like, get some of the, if they had, like, I don't know, let's say the Rev Pro match between Marty Scurll and Will Ospreay shown on television, along with some other stuff that would be more catering to families, I'm pretty sure that show would actually get watched. So overall, I'm pleased it was there. I don't think it's right, exactly. It needs a few tweaks here and there. But, we'll have to see if something comes from it. I don't know whether the viewing figures were good enough to make them warrant it, though. But I guess that's what happened. The other thing that I think really hurt it was they had a big-time football match happening. Apparently, a lot of people were watching that more than the broadcaster of the football was even expecting. So, there you go. But yeah, not too bad. At the time, I was livid. I was like, what was this shit? But in hindsight, it was okay, but it wasn't as good I was hoping it would be. Certainly.
Correct.
So, have you got the because considering you're talking about British wrestling, have you got the WCPW stuff for this week?
No, I do not.
I'm trying to think off the top of my head. Kirby Mania this coming Thursday. We've got Marty Scurll versus Gabriel Kidd. Cody versus Zack Sabre Jr. That's all I can think of. Oh, and also Evilise. It says a lot that I can't even remember her name.
Lana Austin.
Yeah, Lana Austin. And then they've confirmed for Lights Out, which is the name that they're giving to It's not the London show, is it? It's the show that's happening for the Friday, which will be taped sort of exclusively for What Culture Extra, at least in full. That'll air the following week. It's going to be Cody versus Ricochet, and also, I guess, in the main event, Drew Galloway defending the WCPW belt against Bully Ray. So I guess that's how Adam made things right. So if Bully Ray gets the title, that is further proof that What Culture Pro Wrestling is the new TNA. As in, it just puts the belt on whoever the fuck they want to, rather than actual British wrestlers.
Kirby Mania also will have Marty Scurll versus Gabriel Kidd.
Oh, yeah. I'm looking forward to that one, actually. Especially because everybody can see it for free on YouTube.
And we'll be covering that next week.
Yeah. Oh, that's something worth noting from Meltzer's news. The venue that they did the fan show in yesterday, Owen, is being shut down in June due to financial difficulties. It was built specifically for Pro Wrestling Noah back in 2000 when they were starting out as their home. They were starting out as their home base. Apparently, not enough people are going, so that probably is the last fan fest that they're going to be having there. So I don't know where it will be next year. Speaking of New Japan as well, Yuji Nagata signed a 1-year deal for the duration of 2017, so he's still going to be there. Sticking with the international flow, AAA, their TV deal with in Canada with the Fight Network is in major issue because they haven't produced a new episode since June. So ever since then, they've been showing the same 12 episodes. Except, of course, the reason why there aren't any new episodes is because Court Bauer fell out with AAA. And he was the production. It was his production company that was putting all this together. So that's good. Kurt Angle's been telling promoters he's been doing no more indie dates, except from one match with Alberto, which is the What Culture one, and also another with Cody, which they announced. Is it the January show for Northeast Wrestling, or is it further down the line?
I think it is January.
Okay, so it's January 21st.
I know Ring of Honor just announced Cody versus Donovan Dijak for Royal Rumble weekend.
That should be interesting. Apparently there's a lot of frustration with Lucha Underground now that there will be no tapings until the fall this year. Because apparently talent had kept weekend dates free starting in February, or if they had dates, many had cancelled them. So now suddenly have to get new bookings for the next 3 months. The frustration is after all these years, they haven't broken out. It's only seasonal work, but the 7-season contracts are keeping everybody from exploring places to work somewhere else. Apparently, there are talent that are trying to see if they can legally get themselves free from the deals and start working elsewhere. Most of the talent still happy the company's still around. Because it's a regular paycheck in season, with the exception of like Rey Mysterio is on a big money deal. Because most talent's paid on a paid per show appearance deal or whatever. But the hope is that by this point there would have been more of a force or be huge in the Spanish community, which of course they aren't because they ditched the Spanish language version. And also there'd be more house shows and people would be making merch money, which they're not.
Well, it's not very endearing to a lot of fans to see men on women violence.
True. Worth mentioning, from the total non-stop deletion stuff. The fat guy thing, which we decoded, was the guy that had his truck stolen.
Right.
There was a reason why Disco Inferno was there. Is because on, I guess, an Omega show, Maxwell pinned Disco Inferno.
Oh, wow.
So that's why he said it. Glad it wasn't him when Maxwell faced Rockstar Spud.
That makes more sense.
Basically, Maxwell's first televised match was against Rockstar Spud, but his actual first match was against Disco Inferno.
Wow.
So that was the in-joke. Apparently, Money in the Bank is going to be in St. Louis on June the 18th.
We talked about
it
this
was
last
announced
week.
as a Smackdown exclusive show. That doesn't make much sense.
Nope, it does not.
Does it? Arguably. Now, the interesting thing is WWE had a poll up on who you wanted to be in the main event of Mania. The results went this. 1% Lesnar and Miz, 3% Wyatt, Ambrose, Owens, Banks, and Rollins, 4% Reigns, 5% Cena, 7% Goldberg, 10% Balor, 12% Undertaker, and 40% for AJ Styles. They then ditched the poll.
Oh, it's like Nigel McGuinness. When Desmond Wolfe won the TNA poll and they had to give him a shot at the title.
Yeah. So apparently the deal with the UK tournament wrestlers, they've all signed 1-year deals for about £16,000 or $20,000. Because of the deal, they can't certainly Mustache Mountain and Joseph Connors and Pete Dunne now no longer can do What Culture.
They announced that on their YouTube channel this weekend.
Which is interesting because, of course, when he came over, he said there was no restrictions on where they could work. But, of course, the specification was stuff like TNA and Ring of Honor and obviously ITV. I'm guessing that means because they're on the internet, that probably is the same thing. They consider it as competition. Which is probably good ammunition for the What Culture. I didn't think about that. I did not think about that at all. Former WCW announcer Chris Cruz is teaching a class on the life of Bruno Sammartino during the spring semester at Alani Community College in Pittsburgh. This is a history class alongside 3 classes on different aspects of Abraham Lincoln. So Abraham Lincoln's on the same level as Bruno Sammartino. Holy shit. Hopefully no relative of John Wilkes Booth is anywhere near Sammartino. That's what I'm saying. Amazingly, WWE wants Matt Riddle.
Yep.
Even though they didn't want him. And to be quite honest, the way he's running roughshod over the industry now, as if he's a big league guy. You know, the fact that he's got his own MMA sort of promotion based around him. I think there's a problem here. He's a bit too big-headed.
He's a bit too pot-headed, too, for the wellness policy.
Well, if they don't test. Hall of Fame tickets go on sale on the 13th, so in a week. But there will be a password sale starting a few days earlier.
Buyer beware. If you want that password, my advice to you is be there as soon as they go on sale because they're going to go fast.
Password is Foxy. Now, it was an interesting thing because there was a lot of people saying why did it take so long for Balor to get up to main roster? And Triple H was saying, well, you know, talents like Nakamura and all that stuff, you know, they need to know the basics of wrestling, like, you know, how to do a pop and know where the cameras are. So, in 2002, Prince Devitt, aka Finn Balor, who must have, what, at the time been like 17?
Something like that.
16, possibly? Because I don't know how old Devitt is. I'm pretty sure he's only in his early 30s. He went to Arena Mexico to wrestle for the first time.
35.
And one of his opponents for his debut match said one of the very first questions that Devitt said when he came into the building was, where are the cameras located? So I think he knew about that sort of shit already. Debunks Triple H's theory. WrestleCon announced one of the first of the matches for the WrestleMania weekend stuff. It's a 4-way featuring Brian Cage, Ray Phoenix, Desmond Xavier, and ACH.
Ooh.
So that could be a very interesting one. Oh, yay. The Alberto one. Fucking hell. So, after a show on Friday, apparently there was an altercation when the two brothers got into a fight and beat up a guy so badly he had to be taken to hospital. They were called and took him to the station, where the two brothers, Alberto and Guillermo, aka El Hijo de Dos Caras, then got into a fight with each other, and Alberto knocked the fuck out of him, so he had to get taken to hospital. Took 10 officers to separate them. They then they used zip ties to try and subdue Alberto, but he broke out of them because the zip ties were that shit. Then they managed to shackle him to cuff his feet. Apparently there was blood all over the walls of the police stations, and some furniture was also destroyed. But apparently that's the report that possibly happened. So what we're establishing is Alberto is a crazy fuck. Paige, why are you getting married to him? I'm now sort of concerned that there's going to be a domestic here. The thing is, because I know Paige, she might beat the fuck out of him. Not just him, her. Ugh. We also had confirmation that the judges dropped charges of homicide against Jimmy Snuka. So it looks as if the Argentino family will not get the closure that they were hoping to get from the case. Basically, the fact is that because he's after viewing the medical records, they think he's incompetent to stand trial. It's a bit of a somewhat shame. Speaking of also arrests, apparently Teddy Hart got arrested on New Year's Day. Stopped by police for a hazardous traffic violation and attempted to evade a lawful arrest. Apparently he was allegedly operating a vehicle without consent of the owner and was intoxicated, and was behind bars with a $6,500 bail. Jesus Christ. Any other news?
We have some news coming from the weird movie category. So Green Apple Entertainment. Oh, okay. Green Apple Entertainment announced yesterday that there is a movie coming out called Slaw. It is a franchise parody of Saw, starring Kevin Nash, Luke Gallows, Amber Gallows, and this will be It premiered October 12th in Duluth, Georgia. And the story is two foodie brothers kidnap those who ruin their dining experience and kill them in their each own unique food-related manners. It's supposed to be released somewhere in the second or third quarter of this year.
Is it a WWE film?
No.
So Luke Gallows might be fired.
MCW Broken Anniversary is Saturday, January 28th. It's going to be back in Joppa at the MCW Arena with a meet and greet at 5 p.m., live event at 7:30. Based on the name, you probably know without a doubt we're referring to the Hardys. King Maxwell, Queen Rebecca, and Senior Benjamin will be there in action. And also to meet people. So Napalm Bomb will team with Punishment Martinez to take on the MCW champion and Rage TV champion Drolix and Chuck Lennox. Melina defends the women's title against Brittany Blake. Bruiser against the winner's circle of Andy Weinberg, Sean Studd, and Jeremiah in 3-on-1. Leo Rush versus Anthony Henry. In a Facebook Live match, the Punk Rock All-Stars of Sean Cannon and Drake Carter with Brittany Blake face off against the Rock and Bowl Express of Striker Lane, Thick Vic, and Mr. 300, Nick Jeremy. Dante Caballero beat Leo Rush at Season's Beatings, and he's going to face Brandon Scott for the #1 contendership to the Rage Television Championship. All this and more to be announced very soon. Tickets available missiontix.com or by calling 1-888-996-4774. And more information can be found at mcwragetv.com. You also can vote for the year-end awards at surveymonkey.com/r/G9SNBKK. That was interesting. Ric Flair's podcast is going to be ending soon.
Okay.
Apparently, no explanation was given. His co-host Conrad Thompson did say that there is no personal issues with Flair. They're still on good terms. He's going to be commenting briefly about the show's status on the Something to Wrestle podcast with Bruce Pritchard. Ric Flair's Pro Wrestling Tees store is going to be closing at the end of this. Actually, closed already today. Carl Anderson beating Cesaro was his first televised singles win in WWE. Some interesting things about Braun Strowman coming out. Someone found his Tinder profile, and it went viral. It is a picture of Braun Strowman wearing a tank top and flexing under the name Adam33. 6'8", 375-pound country boy. I like lifting weights and eating steaks.
Oh, why wasn't he on Grindr?
Well, that would have been better. Access will be held Thursday, March 30th through Sunday, April 2nd at the Orange County Convention Center in Orlando. Obviously, this should be really interesting to see what happens with this. More information at WrestleMania.com. Ticket details, all that information will be coming very soon. It's the only thing that hasn't been announced yet. Hall of Fame is obviously going on sale next week, and no announcement of when Access tickets will go on sale. You'll probably be able to find yours truly, at least at one of the Access second sessions, depending. New York ran local advertisements for a Madison Square Garden show on March 12th with the Road to WrestleMania branding, and it's advertising Brock Lesnar. So, a couple information.
I'm intrigued.
Yeah, it's very interesting.
A few more bits before I get to my results and fixtures.
We just we gotta finish the show before 2:00 in the morning.
I know. I'll get through it quickly.
Evolve Royal Rumble weekend in San Antonio. Match announcements have been announced. Apparently, Stokely Hathaway, the agent of Timothy Thatcher, your Evolve champion, made an interesting offer to Jeff Cobb. Cobb has accepted. So Cobb must team with Thatcher to go after the tag titles. And if that is done, then Thatcher will have to defend the title against Cobb. So Tracy Williams and Fred Yehai will defend the titles at Evolve 76 on January 27th against Thatcher and Cobb. ACH will face Matt Riddle, and on the 28th, Thatcher will defend the title against Jeff Cobb, and Chris Hero takes on Zack Sabre Jr. Ticketfly.com if you want more information. Tickets are on sale for Style Battle, Season 1, Episode 1, and FIP Everything Burns on January 8th. They're both in Ybor City at the Ivy Astoria Event Center, across the street from the Orpheum. Jet admission seats, only $20 per event, or you can get a combo ticket for $35, so save $5. Print your tickets at home or show your barcode on your phone. FIP will have Get the Contract Fight for All, including AR Fox, Sami Callihan, Jason Cade, David Christ, Darby Allin, Jason the Gift Kincaid, Desmond Xavier, Teddy Stigma, Anthony Henry, Sammy Guevara, and Austin Theory. The man who gets the contract will get a shot at the FIP World Heavyweight Championship, Fred Yehai, Championship champion Fred Yehai later in the card. Doesn't say what the rules are going to be. The rest of the card will be determined by what happens with the Fight for All. Plus, Aria Blake versus Priscilla Kelly is announced for women's action. And also announced for Everything Burns will be Martin Stone defending the FIP Florida Heritage title against John Davis. And the Hooligans versus Drennan and Perro for the FIP tag belts. Shine will return to Ybor City at the Orpheum on January 13th. Tickets are on sale, or you can watch live at FlowSlam.tv. Evil East defending the Shine belt against Lufisto. Santana Garrett and Raquel defending the Shine tag titles in a triple threat against Los Sicarius of Thea Trinidad and ACR. And C4 of Amber O'Neal and Kennedy Brink. WWN Live for more information. That's what I've got.
Other results. Progress Wrestling's Chapter 41 Unboxing Live started off with 6-person tag of FSU of Eddie Davis, Mark Andrews, and Nixon Newell beating the South Pacific Power Trip of Dahlia Black, TK Cooper, and Travis Banks. There is one bit where everybody paired up to force kisses on each other, which of course meant that Mark Andrews and Travis Banks had to have a kiss. Tony Storm beat Kaylee Ray. Apparently that was shown for free on Facebook. So that could be, that's an interesting match. So then Body Guy Roy Johnson came out and issued his Wasteman Challenge, where people can either wrestle him or engage in a rap battle. The challenge was accepted by Madman Manson, who retired from wrestling 2014. So unsurprisingly, he chose the rap battle. So Johnson did his own rap. Manson then did his, which then led into his own version of My Heart Will Go On by Celine Dion. Oh, sorry, that was Johnson's doing it. And then Manson just mimed to Wake Me Up Before You Go Go, because George Michael had died. It was a nice little random humor thing. Then for the vacated Progress tag titles, British Strong Style of Trent Seven and Tyler Bates won, beating James Davis and Rob Lynch of the London Riots. And the leaders of the New School of Marty Scurll and Zack Sabre Jr. So basically, the titles had to be stripped because of Pete Dunne, becoming champ. So they had to find a champion. Marty Scurll had a mystery partner, and literally unboxed Zack Sabre because they showed him coming out of a crate backstage. Okay. But yeah, so that means Trent Seven is now the first person to win tag titles twice with two different partners. Pete Dunne retained the Progress title against Fabian Eichner. So basically said how Eichner had experience in the Cruiserweight Classic. And Dunne said, taking you on will be great to go to WWE with. And then afterwards, after he won, he said, if you want to see me, you can see me on the network. Then Pastor William Ever and Sebastian beat Sex on the Beach of Chuck Mambo and Zach Sexsmith. Jimmy Havoc beat Will Ospreay in the main event, which was interesting because obviously the fans were against Ospreay and for Havoc, which is weird because obviously originally Havoc was heel and Ospreay was face. It was really good. Havoc apologized for all the evil things he'd done to him over the years and asked him for his help in taking on the British Strong Style. So Ospreay shook his hand, low-blowed him, and said he'd never forgive him for what he did. Fucking Nosferatu comes out, partner of both of them previously, had a barbed wire baseball bat, and another fucking company has got the Swords of Essex. Except this time, it's the actual Swords of Essex, not Scott Wainwright. Although he looks more of a wrestler than Nosferatu. They're going to be back January 15th in Birmingham for Chapter 40 Universe in Wrestling. Beyond Wrestling had their two shows per New England Mania, had Rex Lawless beat Maxwell Jacob Feinstein. Warbeard Hansen beat Scotty Slade. And then Massage Envy of VSK and Dorian Graves beat Biff's Kids of Ace Romero and Xavier Bell. Alpha Sigma Sigma of... Oh, right, so that's Team Ass. Of Anthony Green and Brick Mastone. And the Hoods of Chris Pyro and Davey Cash. And also there was a Brian Milonas Open Challenge, which was answered by Travis Flip Gordon. Milonas won that. Then on the main show, Chris Hero beat Keith Lee after 3 death by elbows and a cradle pole driver. Bro Steel of Matt Riddle and Chuck O'Neill beat Detectives Dan Barry and Bill Carr of Team Tremendous. Worth noting, I think afterwards, Dan Barry walked out on his partner. Oh, shenanigans. Pinky Sanchez beat Tracy Williams. The Hit Squad beat the Doom Patrol of Dickinson and Yaka. And then Kimberly beat Donovan Dijak. So she went over. Dijak gave her a hug. But before she can say anything, Death by Elbow come out. Dijak then returns with his tag partner Mikey Webb. And the fight goes out into the street. Drew Cordero threatens to call the cops if they go outside, so makes a new main event for the second half of the show. So it'll be Death by Elbow. Because, yeah, bloody JT Dunn, the boyfriend, decided to beat the shit out of her. Which is ironic, considering where Chris might be going in a month or so. Anyway, after intermission, Vader Scott and Sonya Strong beat Jordan Grace and Karen Q. John Silver beat Joey Janela. David Starr retained the WXW Shotgun title against Jonathan Gresham. And then the main event, the American Destroyers of Dijak and Webb beat Chris Hero and JT Dunn. Apparently, the show went on for about 5 hours. Wow.
Just like this one.
I'm pretty sure they... Yeah, but we expected this one to go that long. I don't think they did, because they were sort of hoping it to not go that long, I think.
This is true.
I think we sort of expected this to go long.
Yeah.
CWF Mid-Atlantic's Battlecade X7. Kane Dustis beat Dirty Daddy by submission to win both the tournament and also the Rising Generation League title. Zane and Dave Dawson beat Devin Dalton and Walter Eaton. Eric Andrews retained against Smith Garrett. Garrett was apparently tapped, though, before the match, so who knows? By X-Cyrus, apparently. Mecha Mercenary and Aaron Biggs defeated Storm, Dan O'Hare and Shellac of the Storm of Entrails team to retain the Mid-Atlantic tag titles. Then they announced two big events in that CWF and the Mid-Atlantic Sportatorium have been selected to host a decision match for the vacant Omega tag team titles. So Sunday afternoon, January 29th, the Omega Bowl would be hosted, of course, featuring the Hardys. Chet Sterling retained the PWI Ultra J title against Lee Valiant. Then it was Team Ethan Sharp, who his mystery partners were Otto Schwann's Kabuki Ni, Number Boy, him, and Sis, beating Matty De Niro, Mitch Connor, Donnie Dollars, Snooty Fox, Kefka the Quiet, and Rob Boogie Woogie Man McBride in the 12-man tag. C.W. Anderson beat Rick Converse by referee stoppage to win the PWI heavyweight title. Nick Richards, the Weaver Cup tournament champ, beat the golden ticket holder Roy Wilkins. Assassin Ray Kandrak cleared the ring to bury the hatchet with his former rival beforehand, because the coach Gemini was trying to surround the ring, Nexus style. Eric Royal beat Andrew Everett, and then Trevor Lee beat Brad Attitude by pinfall with only 30 seconds left before the 30-minute time limit draw, which meant Brad Attitude would have won the title. Next, AIW's Jelly of the Month Club had Sean Schultz beat Mike Tolar, BJ Whitmer beat Dominic Guarini, PB Smooth victorious over Eddie Kingston, the Jollyville Fuckets, probably the Jollyville Gorillas of Destiny, beat the Carnies. Tracy Williams won the four-way featuring Laredo Kid, Sanjay Dutt, and Joey Janela. Swoggle beat Britt Baker. I don't know why. Alex Daniels retained the Intense title against Matt Cross, and Raymond Rowe beat Tim Donst. I guess Prohibition wasn't able to make it for some reason, so Rowe versus Prohibition for the Absolute title will be happening at a later date. And finally, AAW's Unstoppable from Friday. Homicide beat Connor Braxton. Congo Kong and Marcus Crane beat the Christs. Drew Galloway managed to beat Jeff Cobb. Interestingly, afterwards, Galloway cut a promo and said, he forgives the fans for booing him and says, how he got injured in the UK when he suffered a broken back. And encourages the fans to say what they want. And he left the WWE to make a name for himself. And mentions all the crowds he's wrestled for in the UK. And that Vince was right by calling him the chosen one, but not his chosen one. And that the list of wrestling companies he wants to work for is very short, which apparently includes AAW. So we might be seeing more of Galloway in the AA of W. Pentagons Jr. beat Chris Hero, which was interesting because the bloody top rope snapped off and the ring post got broken during the match. Bit awkward. Afterwards said, I'm sorry that we broke the ring, but also, what the hell happened to the ring post? He's never been part of a bad match or seen a bad show at AAW, and mentions how AAW has become Midwest home for him, and that he's been asked a lot of questions and is disappointed that he doesn't have an answer He's been asked if it's his last show, but he don't know. All he knows is he's not quitting wrestling and thanks them for allowing him to make a living through wrestling. Nice little touch. Then we had Cabana and Chuck Taylor beat Silas Young and Davey Vega. What happened here is Colt put Vega in the Billy Coates curse. Chuck Taylor managed to put his protective cup, aka his balls, in the face of Vega, so he immediately tapped out. That's a finisher. Then we had Heidi Lovelace beat Kimber Lee. Afterwards, crowd threw streamers in. Heidi shook hands with Kimber. Kimber thanked the crowd, but then gave the microphone over to Heidi. Said it was her last show and the irony of the top rope breaking. Thanked Danny Daniels for giving her a chance to compete in AEW, and that every ounce of success she attained was because of them, and thanked them for allowing her to call AEW her home. Then ACH beat AR Fox to become the Heritage Champion. AR Fox then took the title from the ref and wanted to personally give it to ACH. So, yeah, I think AAW is making the most of Ring of Honor's fuck up. And then Sami Callihan beat Phoenix to retain the AAA World title. Said, it was Phoenix's birthday, wanted the crowd to chant happy birthday. And then he just low-blowed him, and OI4K tried to sort him out. And then Homicide came out and issued a challenge to Killer Colt, which is, I think, both Chris and Callahan, for a steel cage match where Eddie Kingston will be back in the building. And also Phoenix said, if we have another match, you and me, Sammy, I'll kill you. That's nice and friendly. In terms of this week, Rev Pro have got a sold-out show at the London Cockpit. Some of the matches include Zack Sabre Jr. versus RJ Singh, Pete Dunne teaming with Marty Scurll to take on Shane Strickland and Ryan Smile, and also Trent Seven versus Zach Gibson and Dave Mastiff versus Tyler Bate. They should be two very good ones. Fight Club Pro are this Saturday, Wrestle House in Wolverhampton. 2 matches confirmed for that match so far, because apparently they haven't added any more. Mandrews and Ryan Smile versus CCK, and Pete Dunne and Dan Maloney versus Tyler Bate and Pete Dunne. No, Tyler Bate and Trent Seven. I didn't write it down properly. Shit. They've also confirmed that not only will Pentagon Jr. be part of the Easter weekend set of shows, but also Sami Callihan will as well, so that should be interesting. On Point Wrestling has its 4-year anniversary show this Saturday in Williamstown, New Jersey at the OTW Arena. Go to On Point Wrestling's Facebook page for all the details as to tickets and times and all that. Quickly went through the card. We got Kefka the Quiet versus Steve Scott. Drake Chambers and Unbreakable Andy versus Alex Payne and Pele Primo. Xavier Cross versus Cole the Beast. A 4-way with Sean Carr, Devon Moore, Arcadia, and Granakuma. Then there's a cinder blocks and carpet strips death match with G Raver versus Jeff Cannonball. In a Devil's Bull Rope match, we've got Drew Blood versus Matt Tremont. And then Tony Deppen defends the OPW title against former champ Joey Janela in an I Quit match. And if that wasn't enough, AAW is having another show this weekend. This, I think, is partly the one that's supposed to be the Dreamwave show, the Dreamwave Wrestling show, now that they've combined. So Tradition Continues, it's entitled. Tickets seem to be only $15. I think there might be $20 on the door if you do want to go to the Knights of Columbus Hall in Nassau, Illinois. Matches confirmed so far include Eric Cannon teaming up with Spears and Beers to take on Nick Brubaker and Zero Gravity in 6-man action. Colt Cabana 1-on-1 with Silas Young. ACH defending the Heritage title, I'm guessing, against Jake Christ. Davey Vega and Matt Fitchett, the besties in the world, defend the tag belts against the Hooligans. Jessica Havoc 1-on-1 with Taya Valkyrie. And Sami Callihan 1-on-1 for the title against Johnny Mundo. I can't think why they're doing that. Also set to appear but not confirmed in matches yet include Ray Phoenix, Michael Elgin, Lewis Linden, Bucky Collins, Mike Hartenbauer, Marion Fontaine, Cody Rice, Connor Braxton, Waylon Beck, Eddie Machete, and Scarlett. Oh, one thing I forgot to mention with the AAW show this past weekend, she mentioned how she was on television on the Monday, so she doesn't think that she needs an introduction, but finds it disgraceful how her clients are being treated. So they actually brought that up into the storyline, so full on them there. Also worth noting, the next show that AAW are doing January the 20th, so in a couple of weeks, it will be Silas Young's last match, because he has signed a Ring of Honor exclusive contract by the sounds of it. So he can't work in AAW anymore. So I don't know who's going to be facing on that show. I don't think they've officially announced that yet. But that's it. You said 2 in the morning. It's 1:59.
Yeah. Now we have the outro.
Oh no, now it's 2. Now it's 2.
Oh god dang it. If you're still with us, thank you. As always.
Sit through, but that's Wrestle Kingdom for you.
Yeah, we had almost a 2 hour. I think we had about a 2-hour conversation on Wrestle Kingdom, so.
Yeah. But we were going to, because it was a major show. But obviously we couldn't do a live thing because we'd have been fucking knackered.
I'm about ready to pass out right now, personally.
Yeah.
I'll run down everything in a minute, but before I do that, Ashley, where can we find you on social media?
Find me on Twitter at Ash is my name UK. Gaming with Ash will probably be coming next week. Unless, well, probably can film it before the rush of all the movies that I'm going to be seeing next week, so it will certainly be up for Monday. Check out a load of other shows at snsradionetwork.com. I was on a similarly length show of the Elite Force podcast, so you can go check that out if you want, where I Sophia Grace. God, I remember that girl still exists.
Oh, I don't know.
I'm intrigued by this. He's been leaving me hanging for the last 4 hours.
So, as always, shout out to Jeremy Mills in chat. Thank you for always being there in chat. We really appreciate that. Acer.
Even at this time, God bless you. God bless you, Sir Jeremy.
Acer, once again, follow him on Twitter at Acer1337. Yes, in a row. For all the podcasts you should listen to, wrestling and or otherwise. And you can check out his YouTube channel, link in the description bar, so you can find out links to his channel and links to the social media of the other members of the elite of the podcast network, Scott and Miller, and also other associates of the network, Cleveland and Aaron. Links to their description, to their Twitter and their YouTube channels are in the description bar. So before we end tonight, let's do a little programming note. Later tonight, we have a new Sip and Snack on Friday. AJ's movie reviews will be the Underworld saga. Yes, AJ's reviewing all the Underworld movies one by one, and it's going to be in one big video coming this Friday. Saturday,
all 6.
Yes. And spoiler alert, he's
only
doing
one
it for
of
Resident Evil too.
Oh God.
That's his choice. He decided he wanted to do it. So
yeah, that's fair.
Friday, AJ's movie reviews will be under the Underworld saga. Saturday, there's going to be a special edition of AJ's movie reviews, which is going to actually focus on some of the other films we are getting this week. We're going to have a Manchester by the Sea, Hidden Figures, and A Monster Calls. That's going to be on the video on Saturday. On Sunday is Versus, so stay tuned for that. On Monday, Gaming with Ash should be returning. Monday night, of course, the Raw Popcast, 11:30 p.m. That'll be your Tuesday video. Wednesday, Wrestling Popcast next Wednesday at 9 p.m. Thursday, Sip and Snack. And Friday, La La Land and Lion will be reviewed along with Patriots Day. And then in the near future, we're going to be having some cluster videos of the 2016 movies that AJ is finishing up on, and we'll be completely done with 2016 soon. So that's coming up, and this Sunday night at 8 p.m. is the Golden Globes. So yeah, we're going to be looking forward to that, and the contest between AJ, Ashley, and myself for domination will continue, and it'll start off with the Globes. So let me tell you what's going on with me. Today, I'm going to be watching several movies in the next couple of days. So I'm going to get up sometime later today, and we'll be watching Hidden Figures tonight. On Friday, we're watching A Monster Calls. On Saturday, we're going to travel to our indie theaters outside of town, and we're going to be watching La La Land and Lion. And on Sunday, before the Globes, I'm finally going to see Hell or High Water and Hacksaw Ridge. So yes, got to catch up on some movies this week. And plenty of wrestling, too. So
Good.
So that's the schedule for this week. Halloween Horror Nights news. We had a snafu earlier the last couple days. Someone thought they found the dates, and it created some buzz. But no matter, we still don't know what the dates are going to be yet. More Horror Nights news coming soon. So as always, follow me on Twitter at Zero and Disney. Follow the network on Twitter at Popcast Network. Check out our Facebook fan page at Popcast Network. Close to 200 likes. Thank you very much for helping us do that. Merch available after the first of this year at Zazzle at Popcast Network, our Patreon at Popcast Network, and that's pretty much what we've got for tonight. So as always, in a world where there are a billion wrestling podcasts, we're very pleased that once more this evening you've chosen a Popcast. Well, thank everyone for watching. Thanks everyone for listening. Wednesday next week will be New Year Dash, as well as Kirby Mania and One Night Only for TNA, along with everything else we have on the Wednesday Wrestling Podcast. So that being said, I want to thank you guys and girls out there for watching. And until tomorrow, boys and girls, that's all we got to say about that.
This is where I play the Hiroki Goto go to bed thing, but I already did that. So bug it.